this month's GPC meeting. I'd ask if you're able to please rise for the land acknowledgement. As someone based in Scarborough, I'm operating on the traditional territories of many Indigenous nations. This area has been under the care of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Wendat, Mississaugas of the Credit, and any other nations that may be unrecorded. The territories that encompass Toronto are under a number of treaties, including the Toronto Purchase, the Rouge Chat Claim, and the Williams Treaty. Conversations around the Toronto Purchase Treaty began in 1787, and settlement between the Government of Canada and the Mississaugas of the Credit was only reached in 2010. This took more than 200 years due to lack of guarantee of land rights, inclusion of Indigenous voice, and proper financial compensation. This is important to highlight as it shows how slow justice has been for Indigenous peoples. I'd like to acknowledge my settler privilege and extend my solidarity to Indigenous communities whose land I continue to benefit from. Many of us have came here as settlers, immigrants, or refugees. I would also like to acknowledge those who came here involuntarily as a result of the transatlantic slave trade. I'd like to remember the journey taken by them. Thank you. I'd like to welcome committee members, Trustee Earhart, Hassan, Nanziata, Pei, and Sri Skandaraja. In the room, we're joined by Trustee Laskin, Trustee King, Trustee McLean, and Chair Jonas Lynn. If there are any other trustees that are joining us online, please let us know.
Trustee Shan is here.
Welcome. Okay, welcome everyone. Next, we're going into the approval of the agenda. I believe the Intercity Community Advisory Committee is pulling the Learning Opportunities Index report. So may I get a mover and seconder for the approval of the agenda? And seconded by?
Is there nobody?
Any other trustees online that would like to second? Thank you. Next, declarations of possible conflict. Oh, all in favor? That was a trick question. Okay, any opposed? Hearing none, we'll move on to declarations of possible conflict of interest. We'll give trustees a moment to take themselves off mute. Hearing and seeing none, we'll move on to delegations. Delegations are another form of parent-student community to address committees of the board and to ensure members of the public can provide input in the board's decision-making process. Delegates are reminded that they are to provide input in a respectful and constructive manner and not to engage in any behavior contrary to the board's code of conduct, human rights policy, and delegation procedure. So a reminder, you have 5 minutes to speak. We'll let you know once your time is almost close to running out. At the end, please stay on. You may have some questions of clarification. Up next, we have Zachary Tepper. Please take a seat, or if you're comfortable, you can stand, whichever you'd like.
Hello.
Okay, when you're ready, you may begin.
Hello, I'm Zachary. I'm speaking as an alumnus of William Lyon Mackenzie Collegiate Institute, specifically the MAX, Math and Computer Science program, where I graduated roughly 6 years ago. And I'm speaking with respect to the change in the enrollment policy that was made roughly 1 year ago, where the existing system of entrance exams, auditions, and selection tests were replaced with a random selection process, supposedly for the purpose of increasing equity and giving additional opportunities for underrepresented groups of students to be admitted to those programs. But I see that this new policy is problematic and can even be anti-equity. So my first point is that the auditions and exams are meant to select students that are more likely to exceed. Take the example of a student with strong math abilities, someone who is gifted in mathematics. That student is an excellent choice for something like the MAX program, where they have an opportunity to be prepared to succeed in math competitions and take math courses at the advanced level. With the random selection system, that student would have a much more difficult time to be admitted to such a program, and their opportunities would be limited by a luck of the draw, a lottery, rather than based on their merit and their potential to succeed in such a program. The random selection system is also vulnerable to hijacking, either by enthusiastic parents and caregivers who may compel their students to apply to programs to which they are not well suited. And to that end, exams and auditions can help to verify that the student interest is genuine, that it's authentic, and that the student has adequate skills to succeed in that program, rather than just parents or caregivers pushing students into programs to which they do not belong. So the random selection process actually hampers excellence because it means that students are admitted based on their luck rather than their being suited for a particular program. If they are brought into a lottery simply based on indicating interest, it means that it's not fair for the students who have interest but also are more suited to succeed in those programs, and the random draw system makes it less equitable, actually. To that end, the particular percentage that is set aside to so-called underrepresented and underprivileged groups of students who self-identify as such is vulnerable to fraud. Ethnic identity is impossible to prove or disprove, and students may lie or exaggerate their gender or racial identity in order to improve their likelihood of being admitted to a special program. Thanks.
Thank you, Zachary. Just give us one moment, just seeing if there are any questions of clarification. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much for your deputation. I just wanted to clarify, if students haven't had the opportunity to show their aptitude up until this point, why do you believe they would not belong? Because you've used the phrase, they do not belong.
Special programs are not for everyone. It's in the name. There are programs which exist to help students reach their full potential by focusing on their abilities and special talents and special gifts. Not all students would succeed in such a program. They might find it difficult or overwhelming. That's why this special selection system is needed to choose the students who are well suited to the program. And so students who are not well suited can be given alternative pathways where they're more likely to succeed.
Thank you. Just one more follow-up. How would we know that they wouldn't be successful, though, if we haven't even started the program under the system and have no data? We're just making assumptions then, are we not?
Not exactly. The system that was used at Max was an entrance test where students were given an examination including questions based on math, science, and computer science. Such a test helps us to judge which students are more suitable. We can also use things like report cards for previous years in the school system and other merit-based applications for selection. In the example of an arts program, an audition system could be used. The point being that we want to make sure that the students who are most well-suited to the program are given those opportunities.
Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to the data to understand if that's exactly what will happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Zachary. Seeing no further questions, thank you for coming in today. And we appreciate the time that you've taken to share your perspective.
Thank you. To conclude, I'd like to say that it is better, given that this is a school board with the mandate of education, to maximize a culture of excellence by promoting the students with the most potential to succeed to go into the programs which will help them to realize that potential instead of subjecting everyone to a random draw process.
Thank you. Thank you, Zachary.
Thanks.
Up next, we have a virtual delegation by Omar Khan, the co-chair of the Inner City Community Advisory Committee. Welcome, Omar. Just a minute. Can you hear us, Omar? If you can.
He's coming in.
He's coming in. All right. Oh, I did.
Okay. Can you all hear me? This is Omar Khan.
Hi, Omar. Welcome. You know the drill. You have 5 minutes to speak. We ask that at the end you hold on. There may be some questions of clarification for you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Omar Khan. I'm the ICCAC Community Co-Chair. I work really closely with newcomer families and in high LOI high schools. And I've been involved with the school council at Mark Garneau Collegiate Institute for more than 3 years now. And this is particularly pertinent because MGCI houses the TOPS program, a specialized math and sciences program. And I come before you today to talk about student interest programs and the motion that's before you. So my sense of this motion and previous versions of it is that its supporters want to go back to some version of the previous selection system, which was based on merit. So there's a great quote from sociologist Jerome Karabel, which says, those who are able to define merit will almost invariably possess more of it. And those with greater resources, cultural, economic, and social, will generally be able to ensure that the educational system will deem their children more meritorious. This is how it's played out in TDSB. A 2010 report from TDSB stated that with few exceptions, social structure of the students who attend alternative schools and specialized schools and programs are more likely to come from families with higher socioeconomic status, non-immigrant status, a two-parent family structure, and have parents with high level of education. I think the upcoming LOI policy review may shed light on to what degree that's still the case today. So when I first started working with families whose kids went to Garneau, MGCI, I heard about the TOPS program. It's a specialized math and sciences program, not unlike MAX, which was described earlier. It's for the most talented students in math and science. And so I started looking into it. I realized two things. One, there were almost zero students from the local catchment in the program. And two, when I spoke to many mainstream grade 9 students, they didn't even know the program existed until they started high school. So then, I started chatting with top students, and I learned that most of them come from higher socioeconomic backgrounds than the mainstream population of MGCI, and that many had been preparing for years to apply to the TOPS program. So now let me ask you a question. Do we really think that those with the ability and drive in the areas of specialized interest programs like TOPS only come from higher socioeconomic backgrounds, or only come from those who can adequately prepare for merit-based exams? And I think Trustee Laskin's questions were kind of getting to that point. I worry that the supporters of this motion do not recognize the glaring inequities that existed in the previous admissions regime or that exist in the current populations of specialized programs vis-a-vis the TDSB population in general. So one question that's worth pondering is, why does a more apt student require a better education? Maybe less apt students with more educational challenges, should get more investment in their education. So when I look at this motion, I see one thing, a desire to go back the way it was, despite the equity goals of the board. First, it's too soon to be revising P100 when we haven't even let the changes fully happen. We've only done admissions, and of course, programs are going to change because they need to. The composition of the participants has changed. Let's let this play out and evaluate how it goes. Furthermore, it seems like the motion is asking to add specialized programs in what it calls underserved areas based on applications. This is wrong-headed. We should be deciding on specialized programs based on discussions with school communities, not based on who's interested in the existing specialized programs. One thing that comes up for me a lot with newcomer parents is they ask, why aren't there specialized programs that reflect the multilingual, but not English or French, strengths of their children? These parents and kids aren't applying for specialized programs that exist right now. The assumption in this motion is that we even have the right assortment of specialized programs in the board. I think the existing programs are definitely going to change over the coming years, but we also need to ask if we have the right mix of specialized programs. And so finally, earlier in May at the ICCAC meeting, when school interest program team members came to present on the progress of work to date, we learned that they received applications from many middle schools that had never sent students to a specialized program before. But many of these schools are model schools. Our group was really happy to hear that. And of course, there have been issues, and these issues are mentioned in the whereas clause of this motion. But these issues don't mean we need to retreat to what it was before. Instead, we need to learn from the mistakes, continue implementing the current policy, and review and reflect after more time has passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Omar. Just give us one moment, just seeing if there are any questions of clarification for you. Looking online. Okay, there are none. Thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate hearing your perspective today.
Oh, sorry, Madam Chair.
I believe that's Trustee Arts. Trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry, I couldn't get the chat activated. So I just want to say thank you very much to Mr. Khan for all his ongoing work with the school board and with the Intercity Advisory Committee. Always being well informed when you come to speak to us. I just wanted to ask a little bit more, sorry, further, I'm losing my train of thought. A little bit more clarification on what you mentioned about local students not accessing the programs. Because I think I don't know if you're aware that one of the biggest new pieces within P100, the new policy, is the ability for local schools, or the increased ability for local schools to add the local programming that students want. So I was wondering if you could comment more on the lack of local students in the program and what you perceived to be the issue there.
Yeah, so first, I think that's great that that's in the policy. And I have seen, that schools are increasingly, like I know Mark Garneau has been making an effort talking to one of the middle schools, the main middle school that feeds into it, Valley Park, about encouraging students to apply. And I think that is good. But I guess I want to kind of dig a little deeper, and that two parts to that, Trustee Arts. One is that I've talked to students who did apply from Valley Park, got in, and then left the TOPS program. And I think this goes to one of the main points that I've only hinted at a little bit here, that the programs will need to change themselves. I don't know if people want to hear that, but right, we're changing the composition of who's in these programs. But if the programs don't change, if we don't give it time for the programs to evolve, then we have to recognize that we're setting potentially those kids up for failure. So one of the kids I talked to who went from Valley Park into TOPS, excellent student, but didn't have the money. She said specifically she didn't have the money to have tutors for so long, or to go to a lot of programs, that she had talked to other students in TOPS and what they had done, right? So there's a point around the programs need to change for the new composition, whether it's local populations or otherwise. And then the point on, what do local populations want? I think that's so important. I'm really glad to hear that that's in the policy, because I think local populations do have opinions on what are the specialized programs that make sense in their neighborhoods. So I hope we see more of that going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Arts. Seeing no further questions of clarification, thank you, Omar, for coming in today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anna K. Brown from the Jane Finch Education Action Group. Welcome, Anna K. If you can hear us, if you press *6, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hi, welcome. You have 5 minutes.
Hi,
allocated.
welcome.
So at the end, we ask you to hold on. There may be some questions of clarification for you at the end.
Okay, and it's Anna K. Brown, correct?
Pardon me?
Yes. I'm just trying to figure out if it was my turn. Can
Yes,
you hear
of
me?
course. Yes, we can. Please go ahead. The floor
Yeah,
is yours.
Okay. All right, no problem. So my name is Anna K. Brown, and I'm a member of the Jane and Finch Education Action Group, and I also live in the Jane and Finch community for the last 14 years. I'm here to represent the many missing, underserved working families who cannot be here today. But just before I go into what I wanted to discuss in terms of the specialized school, I want to say that this meeting is not accessible for communities whose voices are missing because these meetings are conducted when they are at work and cannot afford to take time off. Secondly, we need to do better in how we share the information about these meetings and create accessible pathways for people to join and share their thoughts. So my son currently goes to a specialized school. He's currently in grade 9. I want to share a little bit of our experience and also my experience with being accepted to Etobicoke School of Arts almost 18 years ago and how different it is today for my son, who's also in a specialized school. So I'll share that obviously during the pandemic of auditioning and sending portfolio, how difficult it was, even as a parent who knew many things of ins and outs of the school and the barriers and that I experienced being able to upload the information, also just the process. And also many families have shared the barriers that they've also had experienced, that they also had to think about if this was a place that they wanted their children to go to, just because they had such difficulties being able to access. So I am here today to say that I do agree with the Toronto School Board having to look at the process for these specialized schools, and also think about how about equity, and also in creating intentional, equitable opportunities for those who don't have the network connections and the income to be able to send their kids to prestigious school and do need these specialized schools, or even be able to pay for extracurriculum activities outside of their children's interests. So creating pathways for students who live in working poor communities to explore their talents and cultivate it into these specialized schools they wouldn't normally have access to. Many of these families are busy putting food and keeping the roof over their heads and heads, and do not have disposable income to cultivate their children's talents and passion. I want to say that many of these specialized schools do not exist in working poor communities, and oftentimes these kids have to travel over an hour to get to these schools. So let us think about the lessons that we have learned from the pandemic, especially around schools, where we realized that many families did not have access to internet, much less a computer. Should their children be denied access to a good education? So when I think about these specialized schools, and my son travels an hour outside of our community to get to this program, because this program is not offered anywhere within our community. And just like many families who also their children have to travel outside of their communities to access these specialized programs, and the barriers that I've said that they've also had to face in terms of transportation costs, not being able to participate in parents' information night as much because they're working, many other things that goes along with that. Also that, these schools continue to be monopolized by only a certain amount of people. When I hear other parents talk about how this is going to impact their children, now that their children can't go into these schools because they're going to be giving it to the less fortunate kids. And at the end of the day, what we need to recognize is not that many of these people don't have talents and don't have the skills to go to these schools, is that they don't have access to these schools. They don't live in the neighborhood. They have to go through a process, which is fine for many parents, but let us make it an equitable process that is fair for all parents that have the opportunity, and children to have the opportunity to access these space. Also, TDSB one of the other things I want to say that, TDSB discussed on not one, sorry, I'm reading off something. I got a little bit, So this work that TDSB here is doing is something that we always have to go through evaluation and think about how are these processes working. And if we're not creating equitable pathways
Anna
and
Kate?
looking at the pathways, yes.
Your time is up,
Sorry.
but we do have a question.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. We do have a question of clarification for you. Trustee Dawson,
Okay.
please go ahead.
Hi, thank you so much for your delegation, Anna Kay. I did have a question. You mentioned that there are some communities that are underserved by these programs because they're not necessarily located in those communities. And one of the things that's been a topic of discussion among trustees is reserving spots in programs for local students. And so, there was one school in particular that was referenced by the previous delegate that's located in Thorncliffe Park, Flemington Park, that is not, the specialized program is not well attended by local students. And the debate is whether or not certain spots should be reserved for local students in those priority underserved neighborhoods. So I was just wondering, is that kind of what you were saying? That if we were to move programs into those areas, that a certain number of spots should be reserved for the local community? Can you explain a little bit more what you were talking about?
Sure, definitely. There's two things. I do think that some of these specialized programs need to come into communities like Jane and Finch and other communities that look and similar to Jane and Finch. Many of these programs are outside of the community, and that is a big factor. And that these children have to leave their communities to usually attend those. Another piece when I talk about underserved is just in terms of what's available in their community to be able to cultivate their own passion. I know a lot of many talented kids that are talented in the arts, music, whatever it is that their passion is, but cannot afford, their parents cannot afford the extra costs to be able to cultivate that. And a specialized school gives them the opportunity to figure out if this is the pathway of where they want to do, how they want to cultivate this talent into a career, into, whatever it is that they want to do with it. But we also have to be very intentional in how we do it. So does that mean that we reserve space for folks who qualify? We're not picking people who are not qualified. And I think this is, people feel like maybe TDSB is watering down the process, but it's not. We're still getting talented people. It's just about creating a pathway that's just equitable. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, that was very helpful. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Anna Kay, for coming in today and speaking to us. We appreciate hearing your concerns, and thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Ingrid Palmer from the community organization Focus on Ability.
Hello, I wasn't sure I called that. Am I supposed to be speaking now?
Hi, Ingrid. Welcome. Yes, you are up next. You do have 5 minutes to present. You should hear a bell go off when you have 1 minute left. And we ask that you hold on. There may be some questions of clarification for you at the end. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity to speak today. And I really just primarily wanted to share my experience with the new system. I have 3 kids, and one has already graduated from the TDSB, but I still have 2 more kids. And my 2 older kids both applied for special interest programming previously, and neither one of them were able to get in. And I do believe that was due to some of the inequities in the older system. coming from a low-income family and not having the resources to put the kids in perhaps the same type of extracurricular classes that some other children were doing, I think in terms of the auditioning process and putting together portfolios, really felt had them perhaps at a bit of a disadvantage, even though they were really skilled and really talented kids. And also ones, for some reason, I don't think my kids don't thrive in the standard system and need other types of environments to thrive, and neither one of them were able to get in, and that was unfortunate. My youngest, who is just graduating from grade 8 this year, went through the new procedure, and we went on tours of all the art schools and saw them all. And I am visually impaired, but I did ask my daughter about just the demographics and like when we went, and I did, from what she reported back to me, kind of note that I think the interest was very diverse, and that it was the diversity was more reflected in the interest than it was in the students who were helping during the schools at night and the faculty. That's just my note. But she did benefit from the lottery system in that she did get in and is accepted and will be going to Wexford next year, which is really exciting for me because I really believe that she is going to thrive there. And she, as well as my other kids, have had a difficult time in the traditional system. They're really very creative kids, and I think need some alternative ways and different interests to really thrive and to really show their skills, both academically and otherwise. And I know that there's been a lot of upheaval and different thoughts about the system and what is going to happen to the old system with bringing in kids who might not have had the same amount of training and exposure to the arts as has been traditional. And I just wanted to share, I hope I have enough time, about a program that my kids had attended at Secord School, and it was called the Music Project, and it was geared for low-income children. It was a music-based program on a sliding scale, and my experience there was so amazing. First of all, I was able to afford to put my kids in music classes that I wouldn't: guitar, drumming, piano, and such. And the quality of the program was top-notch. And I remember writing a reference paper for it because, unlike a lot of other subsidized programs, it wasn't watered down. And the diversification only added to the experience of all the children. And I think that is the exact same thing. I know, actually, that is what will happen with these art-based programs, and with having it more diversified, it's only going to enrich the program. And yes, there might be some hiccups because whenever we initiate something new, there is. And that we have to kind of get used to the new system. But I really just wanted to give encouragement that I really think that this way of bringing equity into the special interest programs is only going to benefit it and really add a lot more richness to it. And we just have to ride the waves of the naysayers and people who are, object to change. There's always that happens when change is coming. But that it's only going to bring good things. The research always shows that diversification adds, it doesn't subtract. And that's what I wanted to say.
Perfect timing. Thank you, Ingrid. Just give us a moment, just seeing if there's any questions of clarification for you. Seeing none, thank you so much for coming in, Ingrid, and sharing your perspectives with us.
Thank you very much, everyone. Have a good evening.
You too. Up next, we have Sharon Grant from Emory Collegiate Institute. Oh, and she's in person. You know the drill, 5 minutes. When we're close to a minute left, you hear the bell.
Okay, testing. Okay.
Yep.
Hi.
When you're ready.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sharon Grant. I am the proud parent of 2 TDSB students, and Auntie Sharon to many more in my community. I am co-chair of the school council at Emory Collegiate Institute and have volunteered as a community coach at both the elementary and secondary school levels for the past 8 years. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of the randomized selection process for central programs of interest. I was an active participant in the consultation sessions for the review of the previous policy and spoke strongly about the need for equitable access to unique programming for all students. I was very happy when the new central programs of interest policy was implemented because it meant that the have-nots, and I repeat, the have-nots are not able to gain access program that they would otherwise have been excluded from. So now the have-nots can now have. Over the years, I've had many parents speak to me to share their frustration about their inability to support their children in accessing specialized programs. The requirements to write an admission exam, submit letters of reference, or complete an audition were all barriers to students completing application. In addition, many of the application requirements were biased in favor of those with the financial status to access outside supports to prepare for the application process. The new policy levels the playing field, and I repeat, the new policy levels the playing field. Students should not have to be experts in order to join a secondary program that is supposed to be building their skills and supporting their growth. I repeat, students should not have to be experts in order to join a secondary program that is supposed to be building their skills and supporting their growth. In the past, students from my community have been underrepresented in specialized programs. The current policy is making a difference by prioritizing spaces for students who are not currently represented. The old policy was breaking the spirit of many youths, and I repeat, the old policy was breaking the spirits of many youths who are unable to afford access, who are unable to access unique programs. If children are the future, then the TDSB has a responsibility to ensure that all children have an equal opportunity. I repeat, if children are the future, and I repeat again, if children are the future, then the TDSB has a responsibility to ensure that all children have an equal opportunity. All children, I repeat, all children have an equal opportunity to build their skills through the programs that make them excited about learning, not just the privileged, all children. So this is what we need to do in order to equal the playing field, level the playing field, whatever we do, all means necessary to get all children equal access, then this is amazing. Please continue doing what you're doing, and there's always going to be an issue where when we start, just like building a car, when we start, there's going to be a little bit of hiccups. But once we know and get the data and ensure that the hiccups are organized and fixed, then why not? Why? If all these kids are going to be future adults, they need to be able to coincide. I have something that I wanted to say. A doctor, lawyer, accountant, whatever it be. So let's use a doctor. Everybody wants to become a doctor. But I'll tell you something. If the doctor is unable to get to the hospital to operate because a car broke down, right? How are they going to end up looking after your student? If you don't have enough doctors now because the equitable access is not there, then now the population is getting older and we don't have that resource to put back within the society. What are we going to do then? Our society is at risk. Our society is in trouble. So please, I'm asking, continue doing what you're doing and even make it better and stronger. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And we do have a question of clarification for you. Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you through the chair. Thank you so much, Sharon, for coming and sharing some voice and perspective. I just wanted to ask a question of clarification around the consultation. So you mentioned that you had an opportunity to be part of that process. And you're here as a parent in your parent capacity, but you also represent a school not far from the Jane and Finch community.
Yes, within the Humber Western Finch.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
so we heard from an earlier delegate just about some of the challenges and barriers with participating in consultation, specifically for that community. And I'm wondering if you can just speak to some of what you might have experienced as a parent and on behalf of your community on whether or not you felt that it was accessible in terms of contributing to the consultation.
Okay. So what I've observed, and I have to be frank and honest, because this is, if we can't get honesty, then everything is, too gray, and it's not going to help us. But one thing I observe is that the communication within the board is not very strong in terms of getting the information out to the parents, and that is the key. Sometimes it's last minute, but yes, I did get that information, and we were at C.W. Jeffries, and I remember I actually worked in Markham, and I took the bus, got home, get my son, and then take the bus to C.W. Jeffries because I thought it was important. And it was sad because I was one of the only parent from our area that was there. We had a lot of parents from outside the neighborhood that came in. But I was very strong in saying, no, we need to change this policy. It's not fair. But the access of information is the key. And then, yes, timing too. So sometimes I know that you're all workers as well. You all are parents, most of your parents, whether you're aunt, uncles, you do have families. So if you can kind of fix it up a bit where, there's information or is within the daytime or sometimes in the evening so that we can get parents from all aspects. Because there are some parents that's at 9 to 5, some are 3 to 11. It's hard to get parents here. So if you're 3 to 11 parents and it's good in the morning, you can get access, having a breakfast talk maybe. And so hopefully I answer your question. Thanks.
Thank you, for the clarification and the ideas.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no further questions, we'll move on to our final delegate for tonight, Ayan Kylie. My apologies if I'm not pronouncing your last name correctly. And this is a virtual delegation. Ayan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
How do you pronounce your last name?
Kaylee.
Kaylee. Welcome, Ayan Kaylee. You have 5 minutes. Once you're down to your last minute, you should hear a bell. And please go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Ayan Kaylee, and I'm a Black Muslim woman and a mother of 3 TDSB students. It has been my eldest daughter's long
My
life
apologies.
dream.
Ayan, can you speak a little louder?
Yes. Sorry. Okay. Hold on.
And we'll
I'm so
restart
sorry.
your time, and if you can start from the beginning, please.
Can you hear me now?
It's a bit muffled.
Hello. Can you hear me now? Hello.
It's better. Yep, it's better. And if you can start from the beginning, and we'll reset your time.
I appreciate
Give
it.
us
Thank
one
you so
moment.
much.
We're just going to reset the timer. Yep. Okay, Ayan,
Thank you.
whenever you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Ayan Kaylee, and I'm a Black Muslim woman and a mother of 3 TDSB students. It has been my eldest daughter's lifelong dream to become a professional artist, and she has aspired to attend Etobicoke School of the Arts. However, this felt out of reach for her, as we have been unable to afford art supplies to help her build a portfolio or even enroll in private art classes. Because I'm a single parent, we have one source of income, and I'm currently not working full time. So we were unable to basically pay for these items. And even if I scraped every dollar that we had and enrolled her in these said private classes, because she needs it to perfect her portfolio, I'd have to make the hard decision between providing proper groceries that week or paying for these items. And even if that happens, I still have the financial burden of finding a babysitter because I'm a single parent. I moved recently, so we don't have the privilege of having a support system in place. So with all that, it's been completely unattainable for her. But with the switch from specialized schools to central student interest programs, we thought she might actually have a chance to get in on the lottery without the need for a portfolio. She applied. Every year, 1,000 students apply to ESA, and only 200 get in. It was incredibly competitive until the lottery system gave her a fighting chance to get in, and she did. There has been a lot of public attention around this lottery lately. And all I have seen is entitled people shouting to maintain their privilege. Data tells us specialized schools are attended by some of the most privileged students in the system. For instance, ESA ranks 100 on TDSC's Learning Opportunities Index out of 106 secondary schools, making it the 6th richest secondary school in the city. Similarly, Ursula Franklin Academy is the 4th richest school at 102, and the list goes on and on. At a recent TDSB meeting, staff presented data that showed there were hundreds of applicants to Central Student Interest Programs from schools and in parts of the city that never had applicants before. That is a huge step towards making these programs more equitable and accessible, in my opinion. Despite the enrollment data and the fact that September 2023 cohort will be the first to go through the Central Student Interest Program, I come to find out that some of the trustees are going forward with a motion to review the policy in the fall. Why is that? When we don't even have any data on student success rates by then, we won't have it. A common argument I've heard in the media and from trustees in that these programs will become watered down or substandard due to the fact that students who got in on the lottery may not be to the same standard as the elite minority who qualified for them in the past, based on who we know doesn't go to those students right now. I personally take extreme offense to that mentality as it's overtly anti-Black. Why wouldn't trustees want to wait at least few years before reviewing the policy so the data can be collected to prove these sweeping assumptions right or wrong? I just don't understand. But also, perhaps these programs need to change to meet students where they're at. I see that TDSB has said they will make an effort to do this. So let's wait it out and see what happens. As a parent, I'd be so proud to see my child take a leadership role with mentoring students who may not have achieved their level of skill due to being disadvantaged. I hope my daughter can learn from her peers in that way. It doesn't water down the experience. It actually enriches it. ASA raises $100,000 a year for the visual arts program alone. That is, again, a reflection of their status as a rich school. Maybe less money will be raised because of people like my daughter getting in, since we don't have the financial means to contribute to the fundraising. But this is a public education, okay? Again, public education.
Ayan,
And all students should have,
Ayan, my apologies, your time has run out. I'm just going to see if there's any questions of clarification for you. Seeing none, we want to thank you for your time today. And to all our delegates, we welcome you to share your delegation with all trustees. And we'd be happy to reread them in our own time to make sure that we get the gravity of what you're trying to share with us.
Thank you. I apologize. I didn't hear a bell.
No, it was my fault. I should have rang the bell sooner. Thank you. Okay. Thank you, everyone that came in to share their delegations tonight. We'll move on to staff reports. First, we have the Workplace Harassment Prevention for Non-Human Rights Code Harassment Policy. Okay, and we're passing this to Associate Director Kwan.
Thank you very much. The Workplace Harassment Non-Code, so this involves non-human rights code. It is a Occupational Health and Safety Act harassment policy. It requires an annual review by law. A policy is required under the Occupational Health and Safety Act. Almost all employers have to prepare one. And the act also requires that the organization review it annually. So for some of you who've seen this before. It is part of our commitment to do that. It's important to distinguish and to know that this is not a human rights code harassment policy. That is a separate policy, and that's not the subject matter of this one. As you will see in the report, very minor housekeeping items are shown in black line in the appendix. The most significant housekeeping change here really is to reflect the fact that we have a new procedure, PR 740, that supports the non-human rights code, workplace harassment, and the form that was referenced in this policy has now been shifted over to that new procedure. So other than that, there's been no changes to the law or any other type of regulatory requirement. And that's about it. Happy to take any questions.
Okay, looking around the room to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, we'll need a mover and seconder for this report.
Sriskandarajah, Trustee Earhart.
Thank you, Trustees Sriskandarajah and Earhart, and we'll open the vote on this item.
Shan in favor.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
Okay, Trustees Earhart, Shan, and Chernoslin in favor. Mr. Golsingham in favor.
Hassan in favor.
And that was Trustee Hassan as well in favor. Okay, and that has carried. Thank you, Associate Director Pond. Up next, we have naming schools and special purpose areas policy review.
Associate Director Salmon will be.
And Associate Director Salmon will be speaking to this.
No pressure.
Thank you, and through the chair, we are just wanting to make sure that some of the individuals are just available online. So this particular report represents a significant amount of work by staff over many years. What we will be outlining to you this evening is the history of this particular procedure and also the information that was provided through a reference group committee that was formed in 2021 based on board direction. I'm going to ask Andrew Gowdy in order to speak to the first part of it, and then Andrew will return the speaking duties back to me. So I'd call on System Planning Officer Andrew Gowdy.
Thank you, Associate Director. Good evening, trustees, staff, and members of the public. Through the chair. In 2020, we presented the preliminary provisions of the policy to the board. In 21, the board approved that a special reference group be formed to provide feedback on the policy and advice for reviewing all names. In early 2022, the public consultation on the policy was completed. In late 2022 and early 2023, a staff committee met to review the recommendations that came out of the reference group. The policy before you tonight reflects the input received from all of these sources. The original policy is included as Appendix A to this report. The revised policy is attached as Appendix D. In terms of changes, we've made the following. We expanded the scope of the policy from names and special purpose areas to include teams, and teams has been defined within the policy. It's inclusive of all sports, recreational, and extracurricular groups involving students, and includes mascots, logos, costumes, slogans, songs, and cheers. We've added guiding principles rooted in equity, human rights, and anti-racism. The guiding principles also require student voice to be at the center of the naming processes. We've moved the criteria for names from the procedure to the policy. We believe that it's appropriate for the board to make the decision on the criteria. The criteria are in the section 6.2 considerations for naming, renaming schools. We have a clear section for each entity to be named. So there's a section for schools, a section for teams, and a section for special purpose areas. Within each section, we indicate who makes the decision to start the naming process and who makes the decision on the name that comes out of the process. For example, for school names, the board makes the decision. For teams and special purpose areas, the school makes the decision. We've added a new section on the review of names. It's section 6.6. This section specifies that the TDSB will have a process for proactively reviewing names that are not consistent with the guiding principles. This process will also reactively respond to any concern about a name that is raised by a member of a school community or a member of the public. The procedure will outline the steps to be followed in the naming processes. The procedure will also specify the membership of the committees that will be involved in each process. The procedure will have the details on how the proactive and reactive review of names will occur. Once the policy is approved by board, the procedure will go to the next Governance and Policy Committee meeting in the fall. Back to you, Associate Director.
Thank you, Mr. Gowdy. I'd also want to thank Ms. Sandra Gowdy, who's the Senior Advisor in the strategy and planning area, for the work that she's done on this particular policy over the course of many years. And also online to support the team is Jeffrey Caton, who's the centrally assigned principal in the Center of Excellence for Black Student Achievement. Part of the school renaming reference group that was mentioned, it represented in April 21st, the Board of Trustees passed a resolution regarding the creation of a reference group regarding school renaming. The group was formed during the fall of 2021. The first task of the renaming reference group was to contribute to the public consultation process for the naming of schools in special purpose areas. The group engaged in discussions around issues such as naming schools after people, the process, and the purpose of renaming, and the impact and harm that potentially was done to school communities based on school names. This particular reference group, and I also want to acknowledge their work over that time period, because it was a committee that really brought together community in order to make a change with respect to school renaming. There were significant recommendations that came out of that particular committee. The recommendations are listed in the actual report. Some of the key ones involved the notion of focusing in on student voice in the whole notion of renaming a school. It also talked about problematic school names that currently exist and made a recommendation in order to initiate the process for renaming for those particular schools. It talked about looking at school names with respect to taking a proactive approach and the reactive approach. The nuance is the proactive approach, which is directed or provided recommendations to our staff to look at all of school names in order to see which ones potentially could cause harm and engage with school staff around potentially renaming those schools. The recommendations were significant, and part of what staff was tasked to do in October of 2022 was to go back, look at those recommendations, and then bring forward what the board would endorse, recommend, and move forward with. The reference group committee led to a creation of a staff committee that has been meeting, and that staff committee included representation from our Indigenous community, the equity, planning, policy, finance, and a myriad of staff individuals in order to look at the recommendation and provide the Board of Trustees with what we believe to be the best advice as far as next steps moving forward. Those are provided to trustees in Appendix C. Overall, staff was supportive of the vast majority of the recommendations provided by this reference group, and with those particular recommendations, we've outlined some of our next steps that we would do if this would pass. That brings us to the end of this particular presentation. We welcome any questions around this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Salmon. Looking around to see if there are any questions of clarification or questions or comments. Seeing none, we'll need a mover. Oh, Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. Just really a comment. I want to thank staff, and I want to thank the different stakeholders and community groups that I know were part of this conversation and development. I think that the recommendations that have come out of the reference group are quite strong in terms of the suggested policy updates. I have the benefit of the perspective of having participated in the renaming of a existing school in a space in between the existence of the current policy, but before getting to this point of development in a new policy. So really operating in that space in between where we found there were some areas that needed more definition, that needed more modernizing, and I think the recommendations that we've seen here today really speak to a lot of what we experienced and I think identified as well. I think the only question that I have is, with so much focus on centering student voice in the process, I just want to flag that I hope there's also conversation around ensuring safety. I know that that is something that was considered through our process as we're talking about moving from colonial systems and names and dealing with some of the education and resistance that we know that we experience. I think there just has to be a very intentional kind of look when we get to the procedural stage and as schools move through this individually on their case-by-case basis on how we create that space for students to participate freely, honestly, but also safely. That's all. Thank you.
And through the chair, thank you for pointing that out. I think that's a really important point for us to focus in on as we get into the actual implementation of this particular policy and the procedures, because safety for students, for staff, for communities is extremely important at every level. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you, Trustee King. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
Thanks so much. And thank you, Trustee King, for some comments, which I wholeheartedly agree with. I'm very pleased to see this come to board. And I have a few questions, and they're largely around the guiding principles and just how the guiding principles connect with some of the other sections. So I noted that in the section 6.4 and 6.5, which are around renaming teams and special purpose areas, I noted that those don't explicitly state a connection back to the guiding principles. And I wondered if there was a reason for that, or if this was to be read that the guiding principles apply in all cases. And I wondered if that should be explicitly in there. So I was looking for comment on if there was a reason why it wasn't explicitly stated that the guiding principles apply to all of the circumstances under consideration in the policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'll pass that to System Officer Gowdy.
Thank you, Associate Director, and thank you, Trustee Earhart. Your latter comment is the one that how we structured the policy, in that the guiding principles are identified at the beginning, and they're intended to be considered and followed within every process that's described thereafter. So we did have the guiding principles clearly identified as 6.1 under an introductory paragraph under 6 that explains that the policy is inclusive of schools, teams, and special purpose area names. So that's the intent of how it's structured. Is the guiding principles is meant to apply to everything thereafter, and it takes precedent over the considerations that are identified in 6.2. If it's not abundantly clear, I think we can make a very small change, and that is to add to 6.1 guiding principles. The title just says guiding principles, but we can add to it 6.1 guiding principles for naming, renaming schools, teams, and special purpose areas. Then it becomes really clear that the guiding principles apply to all 3 areas.
Thank you very much. That's a helpful clarification, and perhaps we can make note. I'm happy to move that as part of this evening, that for 6.1, we would explicitly state in the title guiding principles for naming schools, teams, special purpose areas, which are all the areas that are covered. I also wanted to ask about the specific line, the TDSB will seek and accept input regarding, and this was in the names of the schools, but reserves the right to make the final decision regarding the name. This was explicitly stated in 6.3 for the school section, but not in the team's special purpose areas in 6.4 and 6.5. I was wondering if there was a reason for that, or if the intention was that that would apply to all of those sections as well.
Thank
Through
you.
the chair.
Go ahead, System Officer Gowdy.
Through the chair. In 6.3, the board will be making the decision about the final name. But in 6.4 and 6.5, those are local decisions. So that's why we didn't reference that particular clause, that the TDSB will seek and accept input regarding the names and schools, but reserves the right to make the final decision. It's because the board won't be making the final decision on teams and special purpose areas. Those are going to be determined through committee processes that are run at the school, and those committees will make the decisions.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. So thank you for clarifying. Can we envision a circumstance where names would be put forward that don't meet the guiding principles, or would that be stopped procedurally, are we thinking? Thank you.
Through the chair, that for a committee to follow this process and policy correctly, they would need to be complying with those guiding principles.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the intent is the consideration need to align with those guiding principles as well. So I think I'd heard mentioned 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5 all need to align with 6.1. So I'll put a proposal and make that explicit. And then just wondering if we've tested these guiding principles at all, if there's been any circumstances, and if there, I would appreciate the views of those that have worked on this, on if there's a feeling that it's robust, or if there's a feeling that they should be revisited in a nearer term. I believe it's been 10 years since the policy's been revisited. Is there a feeling that we can go a while with this, or do we want to bring it back to board to after we've done a process or two with it? Thank you.
Through the chair, I'll ask Associate Director Salmon to respond to when the next moment of review should occur. But in terms of the robustness of the content here, this review process it's taken many years to complete, and it's engaged more groups than would typically be involved in a policy review. There was this special reference group formed. There was a staff committee that was formed to review the work of the special reference group. But a big contribution to the guiding principles and other elements of the policy was recent work that was completed on the renaming of Queen Victoria Public School. So Trustee King referenced that. That occurred very recently. That occurred in 2022. So we really mined the lessons learned from that exercise to refine this policy. Superintendent Donsky led that review, and Superintendent Donsky was a member of the reference group and the staff committee that developed this policy. So that was a very fresh experience engaging communities on a renaming process that was rooted in equity, and all those learning experiences are embedded within this document.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate that additional context, and thanks so much for bringing this policy forward and all the work that's taken place.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Next, we'll go to Trustee Shan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question regarding the potential naming of schools after elected representative politicians that are still alive and could potentially be still politically active. We've had a situation where, we named a school after an elected official who then had been involved in local politics and endorsing candidates and so on. And, I'm asking this as a question, about 20 years ago, I think, I moved a motion in York Region to name a school after David Suzuki, who is still actually alive. So, that was the first school named after him. So I see the merit of naming after people who are alive in few situations, but at the same time, I'm wary of situations where we've had school naming that has become a bit political as well, and has become some concern. So what are the kind of different provisions we have that could, without having to have a full out no naming after people who are living? Is there a way we can kind of put certain layers of filtering or layers of accountability around naming or renaming around some of these situations?
Through the chair, that's a really interesting comment about whether we should be restricting names of people to people who are no longer living. That wasn't something that came through in the consultation. So there was discussion about using people's names. And what is reflected within the policy is the feedback that was received is that when it's names of politicians, definitely restrict it to when they are not currently in office, but there wasn't support for any other restrictions to the use of names. I would think that a tool for ensuring that names are abiding by the guiding principles is the final step in the policy. It's the 6.6 review of names. So that's a staff committee that is charged with the proactive and reactive review of names, so that if the understanding of a name changes over time, if a legacy is learned about that's no longer consistent with the guiding principles, then it's that committee that would be identifying the need for a name change.
Trustee Shan, do you have a further question?
No, that's it for me. Thank you very much for the explanation. Thank you.
Thank you. And Trustee Laskin, you're next.
Madam Chair, I really don't have any comments except to say real appreciation to staff who had to negotiate this policy by careful listening, reaching consensus where possible, and bringing it forward with enough flexibility that there really can be local voice. And I really appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further questions, I'd like to thank Associate Director Salmon, System Planning Officer Gowdy, Century Sign Principal Kaiden, and Senior Advisor Gowdy for the work on this motion, on this report. And we'll need a mover and seconder for this report.
Trustee Earhart here. I'd like to move an amendment.
Sure. Sure. Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
That the report be accepted with the addition to 6.1 guiding principles to clarify their applicability for all special naming, to apply to all namings / renamings under the policy.
Okay. Trustee Earhart, are you able to provide that in writing just so we could put it up?
I can, I'm happy to. And I would appreciate staff comment on that to ensure it aligns with the intent that was discussed this evening.
And through the chair, I'm wondering if System Officer Andrew Gowdy had a actual statement, because I know that he made a statement with respect to the actual wording. Mr. Gowdy, did you have that available?
Yep, thank you, Associate Director, and through the chair. I think it is best addressed just by changing the heading of 6.1. It's already called Guiding Principles. All we are doing is tacking on to the end Guiding Principles for naming / renaming schools, teams, and special purpose areas.
Can you repeat that one more time for our governance team, please?
Okay, so 6.1 will be renamed to Guiding Principles for naming / renaming schools, teams, and special purpose areas.
Thank you, Officer Gowdy. I would like to move that if there's a seconder.
Okay. Do we have a seconder? Trustee Pei? Oh, can we give us one moment? We need a seconder for the motion.
Nunziata will second.
Okay, Trustee Nunziata. And now the amendment's on the floor, and Trustee Pei has a question or comment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question to the staff. Peel District School Board just passed policy not to name a school or public spaces the name of the peoples. Is there something TDSB has ever considered?
Through the chair, that has been a topic of discussion in the various groups that have reviewed this policy. There hasn't been support for doing that. This policy is reflecting the input that's been received back, and there still has been interest in having schools, special purpose areas, and names named after people.
Trustee Pei, did you have a follow-up?
No, I'm okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments for the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the vote. Okay. So Trustee Earhart Nunziata moved that section 6.1 be of Appendix D be added, guiding principles for naming schools, teachers, and special purpose areas.
Sorry, could we make sure that it's really correct?
Yeah.
Guiding principles for naming / renaming schools, comma, teams, and special purpose areas.
Okay, give us a moment. We'll put this up on the screen.
And that makes the language consistent with the policy and the other subheadings within the document and the order of the subheadings.
It's in the chat.
That's correct.
Yeah, it's good. So right now it's in the chat, titled 6.1, Guiding Principles for Naming / Renaming Schools, Teams, and Special Purpose Areas. That's the amendment. So we'll do a show of hands vote. All those in favor? Oh, pardon me.
Aye.
This is Sundarajan in favor.
Any opposed? Trustee Pei, and that has carried. Thank you. And now we're back to the original motion as amended. May we get a mover and seconder? Oh, we have a mover and seconder. Okay. Now we'll open the vote on this item.
Sean in favor.
Trustee Shan's in favor. Do you need Trustee Chernoslin? Oh, Trustee Pei on the original motion or the amended motion?
Against. Thank you.
And that has carried. Okay, up next we have flexible working arrangements policy update. And this is going to Associate Director Pon.
Thank you, and through the chair. As some of you may recall, a new policy on flexible working arrangements was created approximately 1 year ago. This really was to meet the new reality following the height of the pandemic and our first experience working with remote and hybrid working. The board resolution at that time was that this policy is to be reviewed annually for the first 4 years. So we are complying with that. Please note, for this particular policy, it applies to certain positions, not all positions, as some positions are not able to engage in any hybrid or remote working arrangements. Based on our observations, discussions with employee groups and associations, the experience has been quite positive to date. This report outlines our policy review process as required by board resolution. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Associate Director Pon. Seeing no questions or comments on this item, we'll need a mover and seconder. Trustee Chernoslin, and seconded by we need a seconder.
Nunziata.
Thank you, Trustee Nunziata. And we'll open the vote on this item.
Sean in favor.
And that carries. Thank you, Associate Director Pon. And moving on to 6.4, disconnecting from work policy, phase 1.
Thank you. Through the chair, as some of you may know, the law in Ontario changed under the Employment Standards Act to require employers to create a disconnect from work policy. TDSB created a policy approximately 1 year ago, P102. The policy was reviewed. We sought union association feedback at that time. While I understand disconnecting from work can be very challenging for many individuals, there has been a positive shift overall in our workplace culture, and the feedback so far from employees and associations and unions have been positive. The policy and practices, in our view, have made a positive impact and supports our commitment to support our employees' well-being and a positive workplace. And this really starts with helping each other ensure we commit to the practices that are in this policy. As you may also recall, back in September 2022, a procedure was adopted by TDSB, PR 737, to support implementation of this policy. This particular disconnecting from work policy work review plan is in place to kickstart that policy review process, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Seeing no questions or comments on this item, we'll need a mover and seconder.
Oh, apologies, Chair. I had a question.
Okay, Trustee Earhart, please go ahead.
I'm just out of time. Through the chair, thank you very much. In this policy, so I did read. I'm still new trustee. I'm adjusting to the appendices, and I saw for policy implementation the checkbox around information sessions to TDSB staff. I was wondering if there had been consideration of conducting information sessions with TDSB staff on this policy, if there was a reason it wasn't selected, or what views would be on holding such sessions. Thank you.
Through the chair, I think for this type of policy, we were relying on a variety of methods to implement it. Our normal practices of any policy procedures that are created are communicated system-wide. We have been conducting webinars with our principals and vice principals and with our non-union staff. The non-union staff, in particular, in relation to flexible work and disconnect from work, have also provided feedback in there. This policy is and the procedure, is relatively quite well known. We are always looking at ways to improve our communication, to improve our practices, to continue the strong momentum we've built with this. With the upcoming policy review process, we will also continue to look at ways to communicate the information on disconnect from work as appropriate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just note that I'm very supportive of this policy, and I know this is an ongoing challenge in many areas, and just that I see many TDSB staff going over and above in service of public education and our students. And I'd love that to be acknowledged here. Is that as a trustee that works a full-time job in addition to my trustee duties, which means that I often send emails on non-typical working hours for many of the TDSB staff. I sincerely appreciate the care that all of these messages are applied, and I'm increasingly learning to use the delay send tool to try to respect this policy. And so thank you very much.
Thank you very much for raising that. It is true, many of our employees do go above and beyond. What we would like to do is to ensure that that does not go beyond, if possible, their workday, because they also need to have that balance in their lives. So thank you very much for acknowledging the work of many of our employees. Thank you.
Thank you, Associate Director Pon. Looking for any further questions or comments on this item. Seeing none, we'll need a mover and seconder for this item.
Sriskandaraj.
Thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah and Trustee Earhart. We'll open the vote on this item. Sriskandarajah and Earhart.
Done in favor.
Okay, and that carries. We're almost there. Okay, up next, we have a written notice of motion for consideration. The Student Interest Program Specialized Schools and Program Policy Review by Trustees Pei and Anciata. I'll turn it over to Trustee Pei.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow trustees, I'm proud to speak to this motion tonight to collect more information about how the specialized program admission policy has been and
What's the
continues
motion?
to be
Pardon me?
implemented.
What's the motion? Is it which version of the motion are we discussing?
Just give us a moment.
Thank you, because there was one in the original agenda, there was one in a revised agenda, and I understand there's been another one, but none of us have seen it.
Okay.
Or at least I haven't seen it.
Okay, we'll get it up on the screen and we'll confirm with Trustee Pei
Thank
if
you.
that's
I
the one.
appreciate it, because I'd like to know what's being
Sure.
talked about. Thank
Can
you.
I,
One
can I ask for a 2-minute break? Just to-
Absolutely. We'll take a 5-minute break.
I just want to use the bathroom.
Just give us a moment as we.
If it can be emailed, that would be great.
Sure.
So I can see it.
Sure. Just 5 minutes, Munchie, please. So 6:05.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to speak on 7.1, Student Interest Program, Specialized Schools and Program Policy Review. The motion that we are speaking to is on the screen right now, and I'll pass it to Trustee Pei. You have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fellow trustees, I'm proud to speak to this motion tonight to collect more information about how the specialized program admission policy has been and continues to be implemented, so that the board can begin the policy review on an accelerated basis over the coming months. You may have read an article in yesterday's Toronto Star with headlines, "Dreams Dashed, Doors Opened." That headlines sum up the lottery admission policy for TDSP special program is not good enough. We're not here to dash student dreams. Our duty as a public school board is to lift the students up, not push them down. And that is why we have a program like specialized program. This program are, without a doubt, the crown jewel of public education in Toronto. This program exists because children are not a widget. They are not all the same. They do not thrive in the same environment. We talk so much in the TDSP about respecting diversity, but diversity comes in many forms, including ability, talent, learning styles, and interests. Our duty in the public school system is not to make all children the same, but to respect their diversity, is to offer them the opportunity to reach their full potential, whatever the potential is. As Hake Morley stated in his legal opinion, the knowledge, skills, and opportunities gained from participation in this program will yield benefits throughout the rest of participants' academic career into employment, thus affecting economic outcomes for the students, their families, and communities. The decision taken by the previous board just before the 2022 election to abolish the previous required entrance exam, auditions, and portfolio is probably one of the most contentious decisions of the TDSP in the past 10 years. In the weeks before the policy was adopted, thousands of parents, students signed a petition against the policy, and even the board's own community feedback documents from February 2022 state that there was also no clear consensus on the use of lottery for admission among any group. The implementation of policy has been very rough, which has damaged policy's credibility with the public. Major mistakes were made that disadvantaged the very same racialized group that the policy was intending to assist. Wait lists were arbitrarily canceled, leaving seats in this program to be unfilled. Teachers are also concerned that the case have not been set up for success, but for struggle. And because this will fail or drop out, this will further weaken this program and discourage students from applying in the following years as they are hollowed out. Today, I'm bringing to you a very modest motion. It's no secret that I'm personally opposed to lottery on principle. It's what I campaigned on when I stood for election. But all I'm asking today for in this motion is for us to collect the relevant information about how the policy is working out and to begin the policy review in the fall based on the information. This policy is controversial experiment. Sometimes it's appropriate for the board to lead public opinions to do the right thing. At other time, it's not obvious what the right thing is. And we need to lead by listening to the community, actively collecting relevant and reliable evidence, and keeping our minds open and objective. This is the least that we owe our students, our parents' communities, and the people of Toronto. My fellow trustees, I ask you to adopt this motion so we can ask the right questions, obtain relevant and reliable information, and make informed and timely decision about policy P100 in the new school year. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Nunziata, as a seconder, would you like to speak to the motion?
Sure, I would like that.
Please
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
and through the chair. I've always felt that given the consistent amount of traffic, I mean, I have been receiving from this issue as a trustee, that we work with and try and listen to those voices. While I understand that our policy review cycle and do appreciate the work staff and trustees have put in so far to improve access to these programs, I'm encouraged by that. I still feel like we're leaving out so much more for these programs that we could have. I'm very encouraged in the most recent report to see that our board is taking steps to expand these programs in a meaningful way with 2 new locations in the northeast and northwest of the district. And I do understand that in roughly 10 years, we should have exceptionally strong and fully utilized schools, which will lead to a stronger quilt of choice and talent in the staff and students of all of our schools. And I think trustees really need to consider ways that we can keep our specialized programs competitive as we slowly work towards the stronger schools that I think we all want. Because from what I'm hearing, talented and hardworking students feel left out and disincentivized from our system. I also believe that we have to somehow consider the needs of LGBTQ2S and neurodiverse students who thrive in the inclusive and affirming environments that have historically existed in these handful of legacy programs. And I know elements of this motion were answered at the last board meeting and that we would consider maintaining the central waitlist longer in future years, but that would come with budget implications. We do have new pathways coming in our underserved areas, which I really look forward to their success. And I'm in full support of making these programs more equitable. I need to reiterate that. I strongly believe in renewing and developing our pedagogical understanding of how we adjudicate students so that the skills and talent from all cultures and experiences are recognized. I really do believe we need to open up our expectations and measurement of achievement to recognize the talent of all groups. And however, throughout this process, I have not really been able to resolve in myself leaving merit out of education. When it comes to skills-based admission, I feel that we have seriously talented students who need to be recognized and feel that our board needs to continue the conversation on how we can network our schools and specialized staff to provide this enrichment in all of our local schools. I need to emphasize that I know every single student has the ability to thrive in these programs. I'm speaking up for the students who feel that they're being left out, siblings that are being split up, families that are moving to another board or private school, and teachers who want to get involved to support a stronger development of these programs system-wide. In an ideal world, and I really hope we get there, we would not need a lottery. Specialized enrichment should come standard to all students in all home schools. And it means a lot to me as trustee that our board continues to work on this, but that we continue to place an emphasis on maintaining the excellence that makes our schools a destination for students, as well as being recognized by post-secondary institutions that do adjudicate their admissions through skills-based entry. And although I understand that fellow trustees that we should stick to the process of reviewing this in a few years and agree that we need a lot more data, I'm just concerned that in the meantime, if we don't tweak this lottery somehow to include a priority for merit or level of interest, in addition to the equity-seeking groups, as well for neurodiverse, Asian, and LGBTQ2S students, our institution risks many families no longer considering our system for secondary education, because this is essentially a manufactured service gap for those groups not in the priority. I also feel that staff should consider being more proactive in applying the level of interest element of P100 to all of these programs. It is my understanding that it was deemed only applicable to 1 or 2 programs, and I don't think that was our last board's intention. In my experience as trustee, given the great deal of concern as of recently, I feel that our board needs to further ground this policy through more discussion, more data. And I think the new board of trustees needs to continue the work of the last board and of staff to ensure we get this program right. And I don't mean to go back to the old process. I really support the way that we've moved to this point. I do think we need to tweak it a little bit. And while I understand and respect what other trustees are thinking, I feel it's just as important that we consider what parents and students are saying to pursue a better balance for the public and all the stakeholders. That's the end of my comments for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Nunziata. Trustee Earhart, just wondering if your question was for a previous item or for this item?
It was for previous. I may get on the list later, but not now, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'd like clarification from legal, if I can. My understanding of the Education Act is that trustees have a responsibility to actually uphold board resolutions, and that every time there's a change in a board, as implied in this motion, somehow you can relook and review everything previous boards have done. Can I get clarification? That's my first question of staff, please.
Through the chair, there is an obligation for trustees once a board decision has been made to uphold the decision. There are mechanisms in the bylaws that would allow, if followed, that would allow a review, but it does require compliance with the board bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I think the first point I want to make is the board, when they voted in 2022, was very intentional to remove merit-based from these programs. It wasn't an oversight. It wasn't an afterthought. It was completely intentional. And that was a long process that began with the Equity Task Force that was established in 2017. And that established concerns about who we were actually serving and who we weren't serving within our system. And so that's the first point I want to make. So it was completely intentional. So the conversation now about adding this in or adding that in, that is a complete policy review. That would be a policy change. And you can't be a little bit pregnant. You either are for merit-based or you're for opening up so that all children have a chance to succeed. So I do believe the policy should be reviewed, but I believe it should be reviewed after there is some data to review. And frankly, we haven't even had 1 year of students under this new policy. We have no idea of the data. Many assumptions have been made. Many people have actually said, well, the system is going to be mediocre. You know, programs are going to be watered down. I mean, assumptions are being made that devalue students in this board and frankly, devalue the intent of the board, which is not to penalize those students who have great abilities, but to in fact ensure that all students of all abilities who have passion for these programs have the opportunity to be successful. So that's the second point I want to make. The third point I want to make is lotteries didn't start with the central interest programs. We have been doing lotteries or random selection or whatever you're going to call it forever as a mechanism when there are more students than there are spaces. And I know that for a fact because I have a few secondary schools that when they were open to what was then the optional attendance policy would have 500 applications for 90 spots. And the only way to fairly do this was through random selection because it was open to students across the board through the what was then the optional attendance policy. So, you know, lotteries are not new. And whenever there have been more students than there have been spaces, it's always been seen to be the most equitable way of filling spaces. So I want to make that point as well. And then the last point I think I want to make is I appreciate the fact that we can ask for policy reviews to be ahead of schedule. That every year, usually in the fall, the Policy and Governance Committee reviews the policy schedule and adjustments are always made. But I would implore this committee not to review this policy until there is some data to review. which means that I believe one of the recommendations asked for the review to start immediately next year. That makes zero sense to me because there would be no data to review. It's simply, again, based upon assumptions or, frankly, opinions that are diametrically opposite to the intent of when the policy was done. Part A here, I don't think it's possible for staff to bring this kind of report in October. We are almost at June. I just don't think the date is feasible, but I do think much of this information will come to us through regular updates on this policy. Some of this was covered in the last update we received. More will come. And some of it for me is just make work of staff that has a financial implication to it and whose value, the value of this work, I can't see supporting it. I'm not a member of this committee, but when it comes to the board. So I do understand change is hard, but I do understand as a trustee of this board, you don't make change based on the loudest voices. You make change for what is right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Trustee Laskin. Up next, we have Trustee Dawson. Please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. So we heard from a delegate tonight who participated in the consultations, a resident of Jane and Finch. I think that was Sharon Grant. And she said that it was difficult for her to get to the consultation and that she was the only one there from her neighborhood. So I wanted to ask staff, like, how were the consultations conducted on this policy? What were the phases of it and what was the physical location? Through the chair.
Thank you, and through the chair, I will be inviting Diana, Superintendent.
Great. Can you please stop my time?
We can add 30 seconds back to.
Thanks. It's still going though. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Through you, Chair, I would invite Principal Reiko Fuentes to answer the question, please.
There were several phases of consultation. I cannot speak to the very first, the Enhancing Equity Task Force consultation, as I was not part of the work or the process at that time. I know that the earlier phase of consultation for the specialized programs policy review involved 4 face-to-face community meetings at different schools, one in each area of the board, that were held in the evening where community members were invited to come and participate. There was an online survey where participants who had attended and those who did not attend were able to provide feedback and information about the policy itself and the proposed changes and some of the ideology around the larger scope of optional attendance as well as the scope of specialized programs. That was just pre-COVID, and then post-COVID, when we came back to run yet another set of fulsome consultation that involved, I just had 3 or 4 webinar consultations. Some were held in the afternoon, some were held in the evening, where we had nearly 2,000 people registered to attend one of those webinars and for information, and where there was an opportunity for questions. They were live answered as well as the questions were gathered and the answers were collated, and that was posted up on the website. And there was an online Qualtrics survey that was shared at the webinar meetings as well as was available on the website. Where again we had, I believe, 7,000 people entered into the feedback survey, and just between 3,000 and 4,000 completed the entire survey to provide their feedback. So that's some of the different ways in the last 2 rounds where the public was engaged in that public consultation. And the delegate today, I believe, spoke about one of those 4 face-to-face meetings that was held at a school in the consultation prior to COVID.
Thank you. And when we
when we collect survey data or even for the in-person, do we get the postal codes of the respondents? Through the chair.
Through the chair, yes. In the last survey that was done in the fall of 2021, I'm losing track of the years, we did request postal code. It was a voluntary question, and part of the report that was provided back to the trustees last year actually had a scatter plot of where our respondents came from within the board, looked at representation by each of the 4 learning centers, and geographically distributed on the map of Toronto as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm not familiar with that report. Was it an even distribution? Through the chair?
Looking it up now.
Can you stop my time, please?
Through the chair, we're just checking if we could just hold one moment. Thank you, Trustee Dawson.
Through the chair. So looking at our webinars, the distribution was approximately balanced between the 4 LCs with between 300 to 390 participants from each of the learning centers. In terms of our parents, parents and guardians who completed the survey for each of the learning centers, those numbers varied a little bit more, with learning centers, one of the learning centers having just over 300 respondents, and one learning center, again, ranging up to just under 800. But again, there was a fairly good distribution and participation from each of the learning centers. We had a smaller turnout of respondents by surveys, and that was roughly fairly evenly distributed between the 4 learning centers. Sorry, by students today, by students. And this
Okay.
was the GPC report from February 2021.
Okay, thanks for letting us know the date. Appreciate it. Okay, so I have some questions about the Be It Resolves and the feasibility of them. So in looking at Section A, I actually do agree that much of the information would be worthwhile collecting. I'm just wondering on the timing and whether it needs to be a motion. So can I get some more information from staff on whether it will be possible to provide this information through ongoing updates, or whether it actually has to be a motion, and if the fall October timing is realistic? And I'm thinking because, since I've been on the board, we've referred so many motions back to that fall timeframe, including our anti-Islamophobia strategy and our caste depression motion. And so, just these projects keep getting bigger and bigger, it feels like. So I'd just like to understand where this information could come in, what timing would look like, and does it need to be a motion? Through the chair.
Thank you, through the chair, to Trustee Dawson. Trustee Dawson, from last week, you may remember the very extensive report that staff generated. And we have committed absolutely to be providing another report in the fall. It would be our intention to be including much of the data that has been requested within that report. We can certainly be including the number of students who applied, were placed in specialized programs, the number of, in item A2, the number of seats unfilled, so that we can add without concern. A3 has to do with looking at other locations for placements, and as you know, we have indicated that our intention is to continue to have local programs expand as well as central programs, so we can be sharing our ideas about those placements. Costing may be more problematic. So in short, Trustee Dawson, as we are analyzing our implementation, it would be certainly our pleasure to be updating the board as we normally do in normal pathways with that report in the fall. And as data becomes available, we'll use our typical mechanisms such as Trustee Weekly.
Okay, thank you. Because, yeah, I just want to express that I do think that some of these in Part A would be helpful. Okay, moving on. With respect to B, the board begin the the board begin the process of revising policy P100 in September. And then there was a comment when the motion was presented that we need to start receiving or collecting info on how the policy is working out. So I'm just wondering, will we have info on how the policy is working out within that time frame? Will we have any info by September the 2023? Through the chair.
Thank you, through the chair, to Trustee Dawson. Trustee Dawson, and to the committee, as you know, the policy for student interest programs was passed in May of last year. In September will be the very first year of us welcoming students who have gone through this policy and the new procedures that are associated with it. We have provided the board an update last week with an extensive amount of data that actually provides feedback on whether the policy thus far is meeting the objectives as outlined in the policy, such as to ensure that admission practices and program components are inclusive and barrier-free, as one example. We concluded in that report that our implementation of your policy has been very, very successful based on the objectives that are outlined in the policy. We will continue to provide updates and data to you. So if there are any indications of that data that indicate that the policy and its implementation is not adhering to the objectives, it would certainly be of concern to the board to give us further direction with policy direction. But all indications thus far is that it's very successfully implemented.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, just to clarify though, I guess what I'm getting at is, will we have data enough? Will we have the data to begin a policy review in September of 2023?
Thank you, and through the chair. The policy is under a 5-year cycle because change takes time. And the data that is being requested will not be available by October 1st because we're only welcoming students in September, right? 4-year, sorry, thank you, a 4-year cycle. Thank you, Trustee Chernos-Lynn. So
Thank you. That was going to be my next question. If a policy review, it would typically take place within the time frame that's cited in this motion. So, you know, a period of, let's say, I don't know what it is, 18 months or something. Is that reasonable for a policy review based on our current practice?
Thank you. I'm sorry, Trustee Dawson, please forgive me. Do you mind just repeating that last part?
Yeah, so so you're saying, first of all, no, we won't have the data to conduct a review. Okay, so I get that. Then the second part of my question is September 2023, is September to March a typical policy review timeframe? So let's say this motion passes and the policy review takes place within that timeframe. Is that a normal time frame for a policy review, or does it tend to take longer? I'm just not sure what the typical length is.
Thank you. I think you're talking about the logistics of how many days it goes out for consultation and so on. We can certainly share the specifics about the choices the board has and what that policy review looks like. And I invite Vitaly to support an answer to that question. Thank you, Trustee Dawson.
Thank you very much, and through you, Chair. I would say that 6 months is rather tight timeline, but it's it is possible to implement policy review within that time frame. But at the same time, I would like to mention this would probably mean that public consultations would take place within our minimum required term, which is 45 calendar days. And there will be no multiplicity of consultation methods attached to policy review process. So if trustees are considering any expansion of the minimum standards, minimum requirements that we apply, let's say, to non-controversial, non-contentious, perhaps corporate policies that do not have multiple stakeholders involved. So if the consultation period, let's say, is extended from 45 days to 60 days, we had a couple of policies that have 90-day consultation term. And if trustees are looking in possibility of public meetings, multiple public meetings, virtual plus in-person in various areas of the city, then it will add to the timeline, and 6 months would be very tight. So typically, we kind of look at 1 year, the whole school year, if possible. Again, if trustees are willing to go with the minimum, with the limited consultations, then 6 months probably would be possible to implement. Thank you.
Thank you. And a supplementary question to that. What was the length of period of the consultation for this original policy that was passed in 2022 through the chair?
And thank you. Vitaly, can you please respond to that?
Thank you. Through the chair, I frankly do not recall exact dates because there were 2 cycles of consultations. Perhaps Ms. Reiko could provide information. I have to check and provide that information if it's not available. Thank you.
I think what I'm getting at, through the chair, is was it longer than 6 months? Like, people are saying what we didn't do a sufficient enough consultation, and what this motion does is potentially cut the consultation period shorter than what we previously offered that was deemed insufficient. So I just want to understand, is 6 months what we did the last time that was deemed insufficient?
Thank you. Through the chair, Principal Fuentes can help us.
Thank you, through the chair. In looking at the full scope of the last phase of the public consultation, so post-COVID, the work plan was generated prior to September 2021. We began planning in September 2021. The actual interactive public consultation went live on November the 1st and closed, I believe, on the Friday before the winter break. So that would be just under 2 months of consultation, which was more than the 45 days in terms of that length of time. And then we went into the policy writing, and you'll know that the policy was passed in May. So it was, I would say, a year, slightly more than a year from when the work plan was first generated and approved by board.
I believe the director would like to make some comments.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, prior to the pandemic, staff were working on this policy and had engaged in various consultations where feedback was also sought, in addition to the Enhancing Equity Task Force consultations that were explained earlier.
Okay, thank you. And last question, but I'm going to be asked to put back on the list, is with respect to Part C here, it says that I'm confused because it says demonstration of interest in the application process for students applying in the fall as outlined in the policy. So is that already there and then we just didn't do it? Through the chair.
Thank you, and I'll begin supporting a response to this, Trustee Dawson, and then I will be inviting Principal Pangiotopoulos to join in the discussion. The objective of the policy, just I'll name one, and I think I had cited it earlier, is to ensure that the admission practices are inclusive and barrier-free and do not reinforce or increase marginalization. So that's an important statement. A guiding principle in the policy is that the board is committed to providing equitable access to learning opportunities for all students. 6.3.5 states each type of TDSB centralized programs in schools will have standard interest-based admission processes established by the board, which include a demonstration of active interest or passion where applicable. Students demonstrating interest or passion will be eligible for the random selection process when demand exceeds available space. Diana will talk about a team that she worked with to reconcile those two concepts. We certainly appreciate that the public and trustees continue to talk about what the intention of the demonstration of interest means for them. And it will be incumbent on staff to be reviewing how we're currently asking for demonstration of interest to really highlight 6.3.5 because it does say demonstration of active interest or passion. So our challenge is to be making sure how that demonstration is not oppressive. Diana, could you just talk about the work with the principals? Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. We did consult with all of our principals of our Central Student Interest Programs about this exact piece 6.3.5 and what it would mean to demonstrate an active interest or a passion. And I'm going to give some examples of those conversations and where we came to a consensus in all of our Central Student Interest Programs. In the specialized programs, many of the schools, but not all, had auditions, had exams, had interviews, and we discussed in detail what this meant in terms of a barrier for our students. So I'm going to give you highlights of some of these conversations. What principals shared through their experiences and our exams that we had would have had barriers for students that are ELL learners, students that have learning disabilities, students who take longer with executive functioning, for example, to complete those exams. Interviews, our special education students, our ELL students, our students with high social anxiety to meet with one-on-one with adults and be interviewed at the age of 13 to decide if they are interested and demonstrate their passion, created barriers. Reference letters for newcomers, reference letters for students without the connections in communities, created barriers. Auditions. We had students who had never been to an audition, don't know what it looks like, what it sounds like, what it feels like. We have other students who had spent many years doing auditions because they were advantaged with those experiences. Portfolios that would take time, that need support. We know that parents shared with us that they would hire consultants to support their students, their children's completion of portfolios, essays, video applications, the actual applications with very long questions. Some families had the advantage of being able to hire consultants. Other families do not. Auditions, and I'll go back to these for a minute with the arts. Some families had the financial ability to hire professional videographers to support their child. Other families do not. Principals, after many discussions, came to the conclusion with consensus, to be clear, that these previous demonstrations of students did create barriers. And they were long, conversations to remove these barriers and remove examples like the ones I gave you for the reasons why. So the principals did decide by program, by consensus, to remove these barriers. The only program that continued with the portfolio was the cyber arts program. All others did remove this. So to go back to 6.35, it does say, include a demonstration of active interest or passion where applicable. And principals decided that students filling out the applications was a demonstration of their interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Diana. And through the chair to Trustee Dawson, I'll reiterate that staff are wanting to go back and have another conversation about how we can, without an oppressive stance, have a demonstration of interest. Maybe it will just be the submission of a piece that is just simply created and submitted as part of the application. So the demonstration is there, but we are working hard to make sure that a barrier isn't present. So staff commit to having another conversation to meet your expectation.
Okay, thank you. And Madam Chair, if I could please be added back to the list.
Sure, thank you, Trustee Dawson. So the speakers list is now Trustee Sriskandarajah, Trustee McLean, Trustee Rajapal Singham, Trustee Chernos-Lin, Trustee Arts, and on a second round is Trustee Laskin and Trustee Dawson. So Trustee Sriskandarajah, please go ahead. Trustee Faye. Trustee Sriskandarajah, please go ahead. You may, I think you're on mute. We cannot hear you. Are you connected? Is your audio connected?
You should be. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you to Trustee Pei and Trustee Nunziata for moving this. Though I ideologically don't agree with a lot of the things that have been said, I do appreciate the desire to have conversations about this this policy, especially if people are hearing concerns about this from their communities. I'm not, so that's sort of where I come from. And the one thing I wanted to ask is if we could just note if we could vote at seriatim. I think, Trustee Dawson also alluded to this, though there are things in it that I don't necessarily agree with. I think there are some things that could be of great value. And so I do hear that from the movers, this desire for increasing programs, a desire for more equitable redistribution of programs geographically or opening of new sites. So I do, welcome any opportunity to have those conversations. So I think for part A, what I want to maybe ask from staff, through you, Madam Chair, is my understanding is that we've already have a motion that's asking for a report back in fall. So I wanted to know if we can fold, and a lot of that has been, or a lot of what's been asked in Section A here is being done in that policy, that report that's coming to us. So I just wanted to know if this, if we take out the October 1st, and can we add this request, Section A, into that report that's coming to us anyways this fall?
Thank you, and through the chair, if I may, Trustee Sriskandarajah, if we could go through them one at a time, and I'll invite Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to talk about the availability of data and whether we would have it in time either for that fall report or again, certainly we can be providing it through our normal methodology such as Trustee Weekly. Diana, if I could ask you to talk about the number of students who as of June 1st, 2023 applied for, were accepted to, and were placed in each specialized program whose admissions are governed by P100.
Yes, we could have that data.
the number of seats left unfilled in said programs or that were then filled from local waitlists as opposed to previous central waitlists.
Yes, we can have that data.
A list of schools in underserved geographic areas of the city where additionalized specialized programs could be added based on high demand evidenced in the lottery process.
Yes, we've already started looking at opportunities for schools to develop local and central student interest programs. So I would say that there could be a list of schools. A complete list, I would say perhaps not, because I would say that that's a constant, that is something that we would be constantly looking to improve on, but we could have that list in areas for our central student interest programs.
And I would just add with that, through you, Chair, that the commitment in the policy very clearly is the expansion of programs. So this will be an ongoing annualized analysis together with staff from the planning department. Item 4 is cost projections for expanding the number of seats in specialized programs in said schools based on this demand. I'll begin by saying that this statement in the motion through you, Chair, I think makes an assumption that the placement of the schools is going to be connected to demand. And it may not necessarily be staff recommendation that there would be an extra class attached to one central school. So I think that would be part of the discussion and part of the information sharing that we have. Diana, do you have any further comment on that?
So I would just add that we would be looking at equitable access throughout the city for these programs, as well recognizing that some schools are already above the 100% capacity, so we will not be looking to add further seats to those schools because the space is not available. The only way the space would be available is movement of those programs, so we're looking at adding schools and programs, but not adding to where we're above capacity.
Right, so about equitable.
So the other piece is cost projections would be a challenge in that time period. Thank you.
Right. So some qualifications through you, Chair.
Thank you. So it sounds like most of it can be done, and some of it will just be part of our later updates.
Correct.
Thank you, through the chair. Do we need an amendment to change October 1st to just say in line with the report that's already coming, or is that something that staff will aim for? I'm not sure what the process is here.
You need an amendment.
So Trustee Siskanaraja, are you looking to make the amendment?
Sure. I'm just asking staff, do they think it's better we make an amendment and give more sort of flexibility, or do they think October 1st is feasible since the report's supposed to come in fall anyways?
And thank you, through the chair. It would be certainly advisable from our perspective to be placing this in line with the previously directed report.
Okay. Sure. Sure. If it needs a amendment, I would be happy to.
Okay, so Trustee Siskanaraja is making that amendment. Do we have a seconder?
What is the amendment?
Sorry, what is the amendment?
That part A be referred to staff as part of the report back to trustees in the fall 2023. Does that capture it?
Yeah, thank you, Denise.
Okay, so that amendment is on the floor.
And you'll just need to give us a minute to get it on the screen. Thank you.
That part A be referred back to they'll come back. That makes sense.
We're just working to get that on the screen, so we're looking for a seconder for this motion or the amendment. Trustee Chernoslin, may I pass the chair to you? Because she needs a seconder. Yeah.
Just put it up first to see it.
She's changed, yeah, to the upcoming update for it to be included there.
Speak on it.
But can we, I'm passing the chair to,
Staff as. This is Steve.
Guys aren't that good.
okay. So I'll pass the chair to Trustee Chernoslin, and I'll second the motion, the amendment, sorry.
This is just the amendment.
Yes.
Correct.
So are you seconding it? Okay, so I'll keep the chair. So Trustee Chernoslin will second the amendment. So the amendment is on the floor. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Yes, just a question through you, Madam Chair, to staff. Are there any additional costs involved with the asks in A that would not have been part of the staff report in the fall? And can you quantify those costs at all?
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Certainly, there are additional staffing hours, Trustee Laskin, connected to item 4. Please note that I did not comment about item A5 because it wasn't connected to data, as was asked. So, quantifying time for staff means we would not be working on other projects.
Trustee Laskin, do you have a follow-up?
I guess I'm just wondering, we have a policy that if we're moving something that has a cost involved, that we'd have to identify the source of that. And I'm not clear if, because staff is already doing a report, if that is a requirement. My assumption is it's not, because staff is already committed to doing a report. So I'm satisfied with the answer. I do have I'm not a voting member of this committee, so I want to make that clear. But I do have a concern about number 5, because I guess my understanding, and maybe this could be clarified, Madam Chair, is when we embark on policy, one of the very first things we do is an environmental scan of existing policies and procedures. So can I just get clarification from staff if that work was not already done as part of this policy review from the beginning? Because I don't remember, and I don't have those initial reports in front of me. Maybe this is something Mr. Plotnikoff would know, but I know I'm used to seeing whenever policy is done, there's usually an appendix about an environmental scan. And if it wasn't done as part of that policy, then I understand the rationale for having it. But if it was done, I simply didn't want to redo work that was already done. Through you, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair, we typically do environmental scans, and I believe we did for this policy, but I will have to go quickly back to my records and double check, and we'll be able to confirm. Thank you.
Then, Madam Chair, if it's already done, then 5 is easy. So I just wanted to confirm that, because my memory was we always do environmental scans when we embark on policy revisions. So thank you.
Any other speakers on the amendment? Seeing none. Oh, Trustee Pei, go ahead.
Madam Chair, through you is, may I ask the staff what kind of research that have been done on those lottery system have the effect on academic excellence?
Thank you, and through the chair, Trustee Pay, I'm just wanting to confirm I understand your question. You're asking what research was done to ensure that the approach that the approach had developed programs of excellence. Is that correct?
No, not really. My question is, what the effect of lottery system on the academic excellence?
Oh, thank you.
What kind of research you have done? Show me the research data. Show me that lottery actually improve academic excellence. Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Trustee Pay, that was not the direction of the policy. The direction of the policy and the objective of the policy was to ensure equitable access to specialized central interest programs with the underlying understanding and belief that all children meet with success.
Okay, if you're talking about removing barriers, okay. Can we talk about socio-economic barriers? Have you ever tried to remove that barriers for all the students?
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Pay, in the meeting that we had last week, we talked about our next steps of having conversations in regards to what does it mean to be underserved. And a discussion regarding socioeconomic status will figure prominently in that next phase of consultation, research, and consideration. It's not yet embarked upon, but please know that staff will be pleased to speak to you about that.
And apologies, Trustee Pay. We're speaking on the amendment on the floor right now, which is to refer this. When we come back to the original motion, you may ask these questions. But right now we're speaking to the amendment, so
Thank you, Madam Chair.
no worries. Any further comments and questions? Seeing none, we'll open the.
Sarah, Trustee Earhart here. I'm still struggling. I feel like through the chair that some of these items were just presented to us in May, and I'm struggling on how the information would be different or would lead the board, like what value having this information in fall would have versus when there's more fulsome data available for the board. So I just want to hear that answer again, because a number of the pieces that were here, we got like 13, 14 attachments just recently with all kinds of information that is available right now on the program. And so I'm still struggling on why any report back is needed in fall 2023. Could I ask that someone illuminate me? Thank you.
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Earhart, I think some of the information that has been requested, we would be interpreting as updated data that we can, again, we're already committed to and pleased to be bringing a report in the fall. So we could be incorporating items 1 through 3 very simply, and item 4 will need to be qualified.
Okay, thank you. I will be voting against just because I don't at this time understand the value. I feel we could get it through other means, Trustee Weekly, though I appreciate the answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Seeing no further questions, we'll open the vote on the amendment.
None in favor.
Trustee Hassan and Trustee Pay.
Trustee Pay, not in favor.
Trustee Hassan, not in favor.
Okay. So we have Trustee Shan in favor and Trustee Pay and Hassan against. Okay, and that vote has carried. We are back to the original amended motion. Up next,
Sorry, my time is not finished.
okay, Trustee Sriskandarajah, you have the floor. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, just to go through B, I think at this point, I appreciate the movers' desire for more information. I just don't think that ahead of any information, we can just assume that it'll warrant a full policy review. So I will not be in support of B. I don't think it's the time. I think we still need a lot of work to be done on this. And I think, and for some of the things that were mentioned earlier, that it wouldn't allow for a full review. And I just don't think we're at that point where we need a full review. So I won't be in support of B. As for C, my understanding is that we are already doing this. This is part of our policy. But I do appreciate the movers for flagging this, because this was a motion that was made when we, pushed through the policy. So I think when we don't get any updates on it, I think we do deserve an update from staff. And so I appreciate that this at least allowed for a public update, and I appreciated our staff's answer to this and sort of their conversations they're having with principals. And I think just having those conversations in these spaces so the public is aware of the thought process that we're going through and how we tackle it. So yeah, it could be simple, a click demonstrates interest, or maybe it's a paragraph just saying why I like the arts, but maybe it doesn't really matter because our policy is that's not sort of the focal point of it. But I think just acknowledging that this is something that we moved and that staff are continuing to work through it, I really do appreciate that. So to me, supporting that is just supporting what staff is already doing. And then for D, this is where I want to hear staff, because I'm not very familiar with the wait lists. So if staff, through you, Madam Chair, can explain a bit more about what this means and how we're currently doing it and how this diverges, and if this is possible. I would very much appreciate that.
Through you, Chair. Thank you. I'm going to begin answering this question, and then I will be inviting Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to go into more detail. I'll begin by saying it's complicated. And I'll state overtly that our recommendation from staff is for D to be referred back to staff, who would be pleased to analyze the theme of this request, to bring back that information for trustees to fully understand the complexity that I allude to. I would also want to say that as written, D is not qualified enough to fully explain the complexity of what is happening in the wait lists, but I will invite Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to go over how wait lists are managed and the reasons why.
Thank you, and through the chair. It is complex, and I will draw a parallel perhaps to make it a little bit easier to elementary reorg in September, which can happen, which has not happened really in our secondary schools. And we've already made the commitment of ensuring that the programs in the central student interest programs in schools will be robust and rigorous and staffed for next year, and the ability to move students, which is what D asks for, until September 20th or even through the beginning of September, would mean the possibility of staff implications, not at the central student interest program schools, but all the other schools. That is where staff will be hit in terms of D. In addition to that, I'm going to clarify that there are schools, specifically it makes reference to without limits imposing geographical or local school enrollment requirements. And I'll use an example. In our schools where we are above the 100% capacity, at 130 or 140. If we have a cohort currently of 120 kids, grade 9s kids coming in, that gets added on year after year, 120 plus 120 plus, okay. Which makes the utilization rate also increase. So the only way to reduce the utilization rate is to decrease the entry grade 9 class number. If those schools already have boundaries with students who apply and can enter those schools because they live in those local neighborhoods, if those students are counted as part of that initial intake of grade 9, then it's not actually increasing the utilization rate, which is really important. Otherwise, we would be looking at decreasing the number of seats offered to any student because the utilization rate would continue to increase. So I hope I have clarified that, which is why it's important in some of our schools that we include the local students that are interested to keep that utilization rate. It should be at about 90% to 100. And like I said, some schools are at 120, 130, 140%. So I hope that I've clarified that, but it is extraordinarily complex for the staffing of all schools. Thank you.
Thank you. And if I may add to Diana's comments, staff greatly appreciate that interest in these programs is high, hence our commitment to increase their number and enable geographic equity across our board. And it seems counterintuitive to have spots not filled. So we understand that the sentiment and the interest to try and maximize the number of students that we have assigned to these programs. What we would like to do is, because it's again not the impact only on that first year, it is a tumble through the 4 years that a student would be enrolled at our secondary school. We'd like the time to run simulations and understand the full impact if we were to allow wait or empty spots to be filled throughout the course of the year, let's say, or to put on a longer time limit and bring this back to show and explain our recommended approach. Because we do know, obviously, everyone's interest in not having spaces lost, I'll say, when there is interest. This is a complicated operational matter that weaves very closely with staffing timelines, caps. So again, our recommendation is to turn this one back to staff so that we can come back to you with our analysis and our recommended approach. Thank you.
Thank you. In my remaining time, I would be happy to refer this to staff. I'm just very interested in this, especially as this, the learning from it would also beneficial in sort of other programs that we have wait lists for. So I think any increased knowledge on this front would be much appreciated. So I would happy to move that amendment to refer this to staff as well.
Okay, so Trustee Sriskandarajah is making a referral for D.
So, staff, does this work that the director present a report on the feasibility of extending? And the rest of it, it's not a referral.
Thank you. Through you, yes, that is appropriate language. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to put this on the screen. So trustees, take a look, and we are looking for a seconder for this.
This one I will second. This is something I will say that, permit me, the Director of Education did respond to this question during our May discussion, which I found to be very valuable. And so I'll just note that we were told that there is a financial implication to this, so it would not be possible for the for next year. But I do think it would be helpful to better understand the implications of this over time. Thank you.
Okay, so we have trustee Sriskandarajah moving the amendment and trustee Earhart seconding it. Just give us a moment as we bring this on the screen. In the meantime, are there any speakers on the amendment?
Oh, sorry, trustee Dawson, can
Sure, trustee Dawson, go ahead.
Okay, I'm confused about the amendment. Oh, okay. So the amendment is just to D. Is that correct? What we see on the screen? Because before it was showing the whole thing and I was confused.
Yeah, just D.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, that's it.
Okay, seeing no further comments or questions on this amendment, we'll open the vote. Oh, Associate Director Srisco.
Sorry, if I just clarifying, be added. Yeah, so it will not be possible to add that feasibility study to the report coming in fall. This will take a significant amount of time. So when possible?
Wasn't it be added to the clause in the
Meaning that it'd be added to Part D,
Will be added to Part D, pardon me.
not the report.
Not part of the report, thank you. I just was having a heart palpitation.
Trustee Pei, did you want to speak to the amendment? Can we get it on the screen as well, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to ask the staff, how those waiting list was managed before the lottery system by the local schools?
Thank you, and through the chair, the wait list system was managed locally, and the intention of the policy was to bring that central. And part of the impetus to bring it centrally was because there were negative staffing implications and impacts across the region. We did not do a study as to what those look like, but we knew that they were in practice. So that is why, if we are going to be changing the approach that is contrary right now for bringing it central and limiting those negative staffing impacts, we want to be really, really clear and share with you, again, the feasibility. I'm going to invite Principal Fuentes to add. Thank you.
Thank you. And through the chair, I will add that in the previous policy, the optional attendance policy that oversaw the admissions practices in our former specialized schools and programs, that language did outline that lotteries were to be used to determine which eligible candidates were going to be selected and placed in programs. That was part of the existing policy. As well, in the associated procedures, each year it outlined the date after which no offers were meant to be made. And that is that we have not changed that practice. For secondary, it was the end of February. It remains that time when we make final offers. For elementary, it is the end of March when we make final offers. This is not a change in what the policy or procedure has outlined in our past practice. It's just that it's now being managed centrally. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, I really baffled by this decision here. Because in previous policy, before the lottery, the waiting list was managed locally. Seemingly is no problem. Why we just give the list back to local school, let them handle it, the list? Would that be the easiest and the best approach? Because we're talking about increased access to those wonderful programs. On one hand, the other hand, we cancel that waiting list. Don't allow people to come in to those wonderful programs. Do you call this equity, by the way? Why decrease the access to this program? Also, I want to remind all the trustees here, because those vacant spots could affect teacher allocation, that could have a very detrimental effect on the survivability of some of the program. Because some of the program really unbearable teachers. They cannot have one half teacher cut and then cannot survive. Through you, Madam Chair, I want staff answer my question because I'm representing 100,000 parents because they are furious about this canceling of waiting list. Thank you.
Point of clarification. Point of clarification, Madam Chair. Did staff not just respond that the wait list dates didn't change from the previous policy?
Perhaps Trustee Pei didn't hear that and is just asking his question again.
Thank you, and through you, we confirm that the waitlist process did not change in the policy. Superintendent Pangiotopoulos.
Thank you. The date and waitlist process has not changed. In fact, what has changed, and let me be specific, is that we are now allowing local school waitlists to continue past the February 21st date, which is a change and in fact addresses more the ability of more students to access those programs. But again, those are students that were already within those school boundaries. That is new and a change to the policy and a positive change, again, increasing access to the programs. Thank you.
Madam Chair, through you, I want to ask staff, for some of the central interest program, when they don't have local school attached to it, what will happen to those lists?
Through the chair, that will not change from the previous policy, which is if there are students that turn down their acceptances after that February date, those seats did remain empty in the past with that policy and continue to do so. I also want to reiterate that that would be very small numbers of students who choose to leave programs after that date, and there are very few seats that would be available. But there is no change from the previous policy. Thank you.
Through Madam Chair, I'm sorry. I heard otherwise from the Parents' Council, from the teacher, from the administrator. Because they really worry about the survivability of the program. They want to have those waiting lists filled. Please do not take away.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Seeing no further comments or questions on the...
Chair, I have a question.
Oh, Trustee Nunziata, my apologies. Please go ahead, Trustee Nunziata.
Thank you, and through the chair, I just had a small question as to the wait lists. In the past and this last year, did we send any notification to parents, students, and families as to them being canceled, on what day they would be canceled, and how that process would have been rolled out before those dates happened?
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee Nunziata, I'll invite Reiko Fuentes, please, to talk about our practices.
Thank you, and through the chair, the expiry date for, I feel like I'm talking about fruit, sorry. The expiry dates for the wait lists were posted on the public website for both elementary and secondary programs, outlining that the final day that offers would be made and that all of the wait lists would be made null and void at that time. Further communication was sent to anybody who was in that situation who was removed from the wait list, outlining that that had taken place. So the communication directly to the impacted applicants happened after the date, but the information was included and in all of the main communication on the central website where the application was located for both elementary and secondary. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm just presuming that it was in no uncertain terms with the applicants and the families, and I'm hopeful that we continue to have very strong communication on this to students and families. I'm appreciative of staff of the work they put in and for answering these questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Nunziata. I see you, Trustee Pei. We're going to go to Trustee Earhart, and then we'll come back for the second round.
Yeah, And my apologies, Chair. I see on the screen with the full flush of what I seconded, and I'm afraid I don't support it. And so I'd like to withdraw my seconding. I also apologize to Trustee Sriskandarajah. You'll need to find another seconder. I don't broadly support the framing for the review for extending wait lists. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. So we're looking for a seconder for this motion.
Nunziata will second it.
Trustee Nunziata, thank you. Trustee Earhart, was there anything further you wanted to share?
No, that's okay. Thank you.
So we'll go to Trustee Chernow-Slyn, and then we'll come to Trustee Pei.
So can I just, first point of I guess it's a question of clarification. The amendment that's on the floor by Trustee Sriskandarajah and Nunziata would read, it would be the paragraph that's on D, and then it would add that the director present a report on the feasibility of extending wait lists, or is it to substitute D with that the director present a report on the feasibility of extending wait lists? And the reason I ask this is that I think that goes perhaps to what Trustee Earhart is mentioning. I don't know, because I can't imagine exactly what's in her mind, but that's what's in my mind, which is that I'm very uncomfortable with the phrasing of D as that long paragraph. If that were struck and we just had Part D as that the director present a report on the feasibility of extending wait lists, I would feel more comfortable.
Are you making a motion, an amendment to the amendment? Sure. Or are you asking the movers if they're comfortable?
And what is the amendment? To remove everything after wait list?
So to keep it as this. So the director present a report on the feasibility.
It would be to remove what was originally in D and substitute it with that the director present a report on the feasibility of extending wait lists.
Period.
Period.
So that's it.
So Trustee Sriskandarajah, are you comfortable with that change?
Sure. I just have a question through you, Chair, to Trustee Chernow-Slyn. Just so I get an idea what's making you uncomfortable. Is it the word backfilling vacant spots? Or I just want to know what it is that's the geographical inequities. I don't know. I just want to get a clarification on what it is, so I have a better understanding.
Well, first of all, I think it's operational in nature. Second of all, I think I'm uncomfortable with critical mass, longer term viability. I think it implies things that aren't necessarily that we know. I think if we want to actually understand the feasibility of extending wait lists, that's what we ask for.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm happy with just leaving it as is. I recognize your concern with some of it. I mean, obviously, a lot of it I agree with, but I do, the date, I can see why that would raise concerns, and the critical mass for longer term viability. I can see why that could also be an issue. So I'm happy to leave it as that first part and just ending it at extending wait lists.
So she's okay with it?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Trustee Sriskandarajah. Anything else, Trustee Chernow-Slyn?
So remove everything after wait list.
That's it on that. I'm still on the
So
whole
we're
motion.
still on the amendment that's
Right.
been amended.
But I'm still on the list for speaking to the
Yes,
whole
on the original
motion.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Pei, you wanted to speak on now the amended amendment? No, you're clear? Okay.
No, thank you.
Okay, I think we can open the vote. Trustee Earhart, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, just to say it, that helps for me. I'd add just for Trustee Sriskandarajah, imposing requirements, the word imposing here, because these are policies and procedures. I feel it's a loaded term. in this context, the maximization of access, I don't necessarily believe that it would maximize that piece. I also have feelings around regardless of home neighborhood. I do think that there are instances where neighborhood may come into play in our dialogues and discussion of all this, and so I wouldn't want to predetermine some of that. And so I do think it better aligns with what I had intended to second. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Seeing no further comments and questions on the amended amendment, we'll open the vote on this.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Shan in favor.
Oh, give me one moment. We're just loading the vote.
Madam Chair, are we voting for the amendment?
Yeah, the amended amendment now.
Amendment or just amendment?
We're going to put it on the screen right now.
Okay.
So it was what Trustee Chernoslin had asked for, to be stop at wait list. So Part D, that the director present a report on the feasibility of extending wait lists. This is what we're voting on right now. If we can open the vote.
Shan in favor.
In favor.
Trustee P, Trustee Sriskandarajah.
Trustee Sriskandarajah and Trustee Pei, how do you vote?
Sriskandarajah in favor.
And Trustee Pei. Nunziata.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just want to make sure, is this amendment in my motion or?
Yes, so Part D would now read this. The part,
No, not in favor.
okay. Okay, and that has carried. Moving on to, moving back to the speakers list, Trustee McLean, please go ahead.
Thank you, and through the chair. This policy and the demand around this programming is terrific, because we've got great programming that students want to utilize. And the change has actually identified more students who are interested in the programming, which is great. But we spent a lot of time trying to figure out who gets them and who doesn't. And that's just the nature of supply and demand. So I'm very happy that we're expanding to 2 new programs. I think that's great. We should eliminate some of those who are disappointed that they can't get in. We've heard from families that have been discouraged because they didn't get in, and we've heard from families that are excited because they did. And I think that was, we could have, 5 years ago, that would have been the case. 10 years ago, that would have been the case. I think that's always going to be the case. I must admit, though, as someone who sat here a year ago when we did this, the notion that was written into the policy that a demonstration of interest, it was certainly not clear to me at that time that simply filling out the application portion, simply filling out the application was going to meet the threshold of a demonstration of interest. That wasn't my interpretation of what was discussed, what was offered. So I'm a little disappointed by the whole notion of that's where that bar ended up falling. I do think that this comes, for me, I remember in the early days, I was so excited about the secondary school reform because it was going to help us put secondary schools, create mass, which was going to be able to create local programming to alleviate all of this, to alleviate the inability of us to offer programs where we'd like, and then we have these isolated situations. So I'm really disappointed that the moratorium on school closures continues to be a massive hurdle in our ability to serve our students and open up more opportunities for them and largely make this conversation redundant. That being said, we find ourselves here. I will share that in A5, the review of specialized program entrance policies, including lotteries from school boards in Canada and the United States and their outcomes. And the expectation for that is October, like, that's a whole bunch of work. Like, I have no reasonable expectation that staff would be able to complete that in the time that's being suggested. And I'm not even sure what the value of it is necessarily, but the work itself seems monumental to me and unrealistic. I would like to learn more about utilization rates, because it was explained to me in a way, it was explained or discussed tonight in a way that I've never heard it done before, and not my understanding of utilization rates, as it's been explained to me in my time. I thought utilization rates were a byproduct of how many rooms a school had, the ratios of grade levels to be in those rooms, and ergo how many students a building could reasonably handle. And that was what the utilization rate was. But you described a process and the incoming of numbers of students and the effect that was going to be having on utilization rates that was new to me, and I wasn't really understanding. So I seek some clarification if possible.
Thank you, and through the chair to Trustee McLean. Before I invite Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to continue the conversation, I'm wondering if Andrew Gowdy is on the line.
I'm present.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Would you be able to shed additional insight for us, and I think I'll be in a learning stance as well, about utilization rates?
Through the chair, I'll give you the formal definition of the utilization rate, and it's very similar to what Trustee McLean just shared. It's the enrollment of the school divided by the capacity of the building. So every building has a capacity that's determined by rules of the Ministry of Education. It's really the optimal number of students that can be accommodated in each room across the building. So enrollment divided by building capacity is equal to utilization rate.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for that utilization rate definition that is connected to how much space is available in each of the building. I'm going to invite Superintendent Pangiotopoulos to talk about utilization rate, as I think she was referring to it, and that is for program viability.
So thank you, and through the chair, I'm going to say that absolutely Andrew's explanation of utilization rate is exactly what I'm talking about. Perhaps I presented it in a more human way in terms of bodies in classrooms. So if a school's number on utilization rate is approximately is deemed to be 1,000 students in the building, and that's the optimal utilization rate, let's say it's 95%. So that's a great rate, right, Andrew?
Yes, it is.
So let's say that magic number is about 1,000. If the students that live within those boundaries, because those schools have boundaries, and that school also has a central student interest program, and we know that 1,000 divided by 4 is about 250 kids per grade, approximately. I know it's not always right by year. And if we know that the incoming students from grade 8 that already live within those boundaries, if there are 100 of them or 200 of them, we know that therefore the spaces that are available for a central student interest program would be smaller. The same thing would apply, I'm going to explain, for out-of-area admissions. It's the same principle. So what I was saying with our schools with high utilization rates of 130%, that their incoming grade 9 class, if that magic number is about 250, and we already know, for example, based on historical data that planning rightly provides for us, and it's nearly to a T every year, that those incoming students out of the 250 or 150 kids in the inside boundaries, that leaves about 100 kids for the student central interest program to take up spaces in grade 9. If we wanted to double that number, that means that that utilization rate of 1,000 kids is already going to be higher. But we already know in some of our schools, it's already sitting at 130. So the idea is there are too many kids in the building using too many classrooms. Sometimes portables are needed. So we need to get schools down to about 100%. So that, I hope that clarifies it, and I'm happy to keep explaining or have a one-on-one conversation.
Yeah,
That's really clear in my mind.
Maybe we'll do that. I've got a little bit of time because I think my clock ran, but in terms of reviewing the policy, the kinds of questions I would ask, I would be interested in, is asking educators whether they had to modify the program because we've changed, and the learning objectives because we've changed because we've changed the entry point. Did we have to modify the program because where the students began September in, kind of thing, before it started? I'd also be interested in things like how many students in the past left the programs because they found them to be too difficult or the journey to them to be too far and not worth it, and then whether that number has increased through the process. And of course, none of that data will be available to us if we do this review in the timeline that's being suggested. So I'll just share that early a review is problematic, and I'm getting the look that I've extended beyond what she's willing to throw me, so I'm good, thank you.
Thank you, Trustee McLean. We can add you back on the list if, okay. Trustee Sriskandaraja, may I pass the chair to you?
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm reflecting on the past 5 years that we've been here and the many initiatives that staff have taken on to really address inequities that are almost written into the DNA of the TDSB. We know of many institutions, education, healthcare, the RCMP. They are rooted and, the very basis of the foundation is there's anti-Black racism, there's anti-Indigenous racism. Adding in the fact that we were the largest school board that was amalgamated about 30 years ago, there's a lot that we have to deal with. So I really want to appreciate staff for taking on different initiatives, different policies to see how we can really dismantle these inequities and really increase opportunities for students that are constantly underserved. And I really appreciate that we always use the word underserved versus equity seeking, because I find that when we say underserved, we bring back the focus to that we are providing that disservice. And it's not that someone should seek equity, it's we're putting that responsibility on us. And when I think about the secondary review and the central interest program, I'm really proud of the work that we're doing. When we heard back from staff, I did share my concern last week or the week before around when we're looking at East Asian students and South Asian students, kind of that intersection with socioeconomic status and household income, which staff share that they will look into. And in addition to that, another point that I wanted to make was around the lottery. So when I was speaking to a staff member, one of my previous superintendents before, when this policy first came forward, we were talking about the lottery. And one thing that she shared is the reason that we're doing random is it really, when a student's portfolio or application, is before a staff member, when it's a random selection, they're not able to apply their own bias to that decision-making. And that's another reason why this random selection works. And I really take great offense, and I'll keep saying this every time it's come forward, but I really take offense when we say it dilutes a program, because I think as public education is about leveling that playing field and not about taking away opportunities, but increasing opportunities for students. So coming to this motion, I want to thank Trustee Pei and Trustee Nunziata. I know there's a lot of things that we don't agree on, but I want to say that when I had a conversation with Trustee Pei about the whereas clauses, he was incredibly receptive, and he has amended it to make it seem, to add, he was very receptive to those changes. So just looking at the motion, I do support point A. I think it never hurts to have more information, and I have a clear understanding of who is being engaged in this process and who is continuing being left behind. When it comes to part C, I do support that as well. I don't support auditions or merit-based applications. I think when we ask students to talk about their interests, I think it can highlight all the many reasons why they're applying for something. It can spark that interest, but also it kind of weeds out the opportunities if someone was trying to get into a program in order to avoid a school that may have a perceived bad name or bad reputation. So having students talk about their interests, we can really hear about why they're showing interest in that particular program. So I want to thank the movers for bringing this motion. I know this is something that we all have different opinions about, but I think the beauty of having these conversations is coming to a middle point and just looking at how we can share our perspectives about making something more fruitful, increasing opportunities for students, and really looking at how as a board are we being equitable in opportunities and services? What are the barriers and the work we need to do to continue that? And along the way, we will make mistakes, but it's about being accountable and transparent to the public and looking at the way forward. So thank you, and Trustee Sriskandarajah, I'll take back the chair.
Thank you.
And up next, we have Trustee Chernos-Lynn. Please go ahead.
Okay, so first I'm just going to ask, right now, October 1st, has that been changed?
Shouldn't this have the amendment?
Yeah, actually, can you?
So we are going to work to have the amended one up.
I thought we had like fall 2023.
Yeah, give us 1 second. If you wanted to go ahead, and we'll work to put the amended one on the screen.
Okay, so the first thing I want to do is just ask that Part C be referred to staff.
Are you making that amendment, Trustee Charleston? Okay, and we need a seconder. Part C is 1 second. Let's get it on the screen first. and
That's
then
the one, the demonstration. Staff have said they would take that back, but I
Okay.
think it has to be a referral as opposed to something that we're.
Give us one moment.
I'm unclear otherwise. Like, are we referring the whole motion?
We're going to get the motion on the screen, so we're just going to call a brief recess of 2 minutes.
Okay.
I'm just going to run to the washroom.
Yeah, please do. Grab something to eat.
You might consider putting that "we are in recess" thing up, just because we can hear the mics.
Don't believe anything. Yeah. Welcome back, everyone. So we're going to resume, and Trustee Chernoslin has the floor.
Chair, thanks very much. Through the chair, my feeling is that you need to start the clock on me. That Part C, staff has been very clear tonight that they are taking back the feedback on the this section from our current policy, which actually has demonstration of interest where applicable. That's section 0.3.5 in the current policy. And so I would just ask that Part C be referred to staff that the director assess the current implementation of 6.3.5 while upholding the objectives and guiding principles of policy P100. What my concern is that while I understand the importance of that demonstration of interest that people are attached to, that it not invalidate or inhibit our aims in this policy, which is to ensure that students have access to these programs, and that we aren't putting barriers in place for students. So this is something for staff to really take back and examine and think about, but they've given us an assurance, and I actually see this as somewhat redundant in some ways because it's already in the policy. But that's why I would change the language in Part C. Thanks.
Okay.
And I would need a seconder, I think.
Seconder, yeah. Looking for a seconder for this amendment?
I can second it. Trustee Sam.
Okay. Now it's on the floor and looking for speakers on the amendment. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I found this notion so entertaining. Why is that? This is policy was approved by police board. Demonstration of interest in the application process. Now I hear Trustee Lin said, okay, I want to change the language. Then I heard the staff saying that, oh, we cannot implement. Oh, we refer all those, school principals. They said they cannot do it. So what's the role of our trustees, by the way? Do we approve a policy without consultation or input from the staff? Did the staff tell the police board members, you cannot implement those policy? Where's communication between these two, by the way? If our policy, we say, okay, this is our policy, but we cannot implement. You gave me 100 excuses. What's the face in public? What the Toronto student and parents think of us? I just want to ask staff, is this a board policy approved by police board?
Thank you, and through the chair, this policy was approved on May 25, 2022.
So why you're not implementing it?
Thank you, and through the chair, staff have implemented the policy. Trustee Pei?
So what kind of interest the student really demonstrate? By ticking the box?
Thank you, and through the chair, I would invite David Cameron, please, to speak to the challenges of demonstration of interest as phrased in 6.3.5 in conjunction with the objectives and the guiding principles. But as previously mentioned, staff are absolutely committed to taking this discussion back for consideration to Trustee McLean's reference to the previous conversation with the board to see how we can be reconciling these two very, very different concepts. But I invite David to talk a little bit about, from a research perspective, why those two concepts are challenging. Thanks, David.
Thanks to the chair. Because interest is highly subjective. So what constitutes interest? How do you demonstrate interest, and who decides what the demonstration means and how it means? Does interest mean that you are very sincere? Does interest mean that you've always been thinking of it? Does interest mean that maybe you really want to do it, but you haven't ever tried it? Does interest mean that you can play classical piano? So when we start going down a path of what is interest and what does interest mean and who decides interest besides the student, and whether that's checking a box or saying, I'm interested, we get into a very subjective space, and it becomes very complicated in relation to that, and it's not far off of the language of demonstration of skill. Who defines skill, and how do we define skill? So it becomes very complicated in the sense that if you're not willing to take the student's interest at face value because they indicated that they want to go to that program, and their indication is that they're applying to the program, then you get down into areas where you're starting to gatekeep notions of interest.
Okay. If we cannot even identify student whether they have interest or not, how can we identify whether they can be successful in those programs?
Trustee Pay, remember to go through the chair.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Madam Chair. I'm sorry. Sorry, Madam Chair. I want to ask the staff. If the staff cannot even identify who's interest or who's not interest, how could they identify this program going to be successful? Make sure the student get into those who really have passion or interest or desire to work hard and to be successful.
Thank you, and through the chair. Trustee Pay, I'll reiterate that the policy outlines objectives to ensure equitable access for programs, and the board has repeatedly made its commitment to the belief and understanding that all students can be successful.
Do you, through Madam Chair, may I ask the staff, do you have any evidence to prove that through this lottery system, through this checking box mechanism, the student can succeed in the program? Do you have any evidence? Do you have any data? Have you done any research to show that?
Through the chair, Trustee Pay, all students can be successful, and success is measured, quantified, qualified in a variety of ways. For some students, success may mean that they are able to attend a school for a full day because previously the stimulation was too excessive and the lights too bright and the noise too loud, that it was just too much. And by adding an extra hour every day for 6 weeks and increasing that student's attendance at school, that is a very significant step for success. For other students, being explored, being exposed to artists for the first time. And they've always had a passion for art. And the first time that they're entering an art program and a teacher initiates that spark and provides specialized exposure to artists and techniques, and they begin to draw and become a lifelong committed artist, that is their success. For other students, it is achieving A+ on an exam. So our students are from a very wide, diverse, wonderfully diverse series of backgrounds, and all of them can be successful. And it's our commitment through this policy to enable their access to these specialized programs. Do we have research to indicate that a lottery system will meet with success? We already have indicated that in last week's report that it is successful because more students who didn't have access to these programs are accessing them. And it will be incumbent on us to continue to share that data with you. And it will be our pleasure to be elevating student voices who normally would not have been heard from as being participating in these programs, and to share with you some of their stories. And it is my sincere hope that you hear those stories of success. Thank you.
Director, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Through the chair, each and every day we have students in our regular secondary school programs who perform at a high level. Many of those students are choosing to apply to our central student interest programs and now feel as if they have access. We have no reason to believe that their performance will change. We've also been clear that there will need to be program adjustments for those students who may not have had background, and that by working with our staff and supporting our staff through a variety of different methods, that we will be able to ensure that all students can be successful in the program through their commitment and the commitment of their families and communities that support them, as they would have done in our other secondary school programs. So we have not shied away from the fact that changes may be required in order to better support student success, but we also acknowledge that many of our students are coming from being academically successful in school and are bringing that background of academic success now to these central student interest programs. So to characterize the students who've been admitted through the random selection process as all requiring some kind of remediation or support to be successful, I think is not accurately reflecting the talent that exists among our student population.
Thank you, Director. Trustee Pate, did you have any further comments?
Okay, through you, Madam Chair. Associate Director Cerisco is saying that every student can be successful. So I have a question to ask her. Why 50% the TDSB student fail math test?
Trustee Pei, we're speaking to the amendment.
Oh, okay.
So if you have
All
any
right.
comments on
Okay.
Part C?
Yeah, per se, I just want to ask one more time to the staff. These staff said any issue or raise any issue regarding implementation of this policy, student interest program policy 6.3.5, before the approval by previous board.
Through the chair, Trustee Pei, respectfully, I do believe that I answered that, but I would be pleased through the chair to repeat some of the themes.
Trustee Pei, do you need clarification?
Sorry, I didn't hear the answer. Can she, through Madam Chair, can I ask Associate Director Srisco, repeat again the answer.
Thank you, and through the chair. The objectives and the guiding principles in the policy, Trustee Pei, indicate that the policy cannot introduce barriers to students. The demonstration of interest is a concept that may include the submission of portfolios, auditions, essays, that when our group of principals under the leadership of Superintendent Pangiotopoulos engaged in, they were very concerned that those historic demonstrations of interest can introduce barriers and be oppressive. So staff recommended just a simple indication. What we are hearing from trustees in the conversation, and particularly those who were part of the deliberation, they would like us to reconsider that demonstration of interest in conjunction with those guiding principles. So that is our challenge, and we are committed to engaging once again and looking across in other areas on how we can be meeting both needs. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, I just want to raise a question to the staff. If the trustee approve policy, what their ultimate goal regarding implementation of those procedures?
Trustee Pei, apologies. We're speaking to the amendment. So if there's anything you want to speak to in relation to Part C.
Yeah, I mean, the part C is, I still cannot wrap my head around. But, you know, the staff reasoning that the board approved the policy, demonstration of the interest in the application process, and then say, okay, we cannot implement. I still cannot understand why. Its policy is a policy. If you agree with the policy, it's a staff ultimate duty to implement those policies strictly, not walk around, say, I cannot do this, I cannot do that, because this, because of that. We're losing public face in this scenario. I just want to say one more time, with the policy in place, please implement strictly. If you're not, this also telling me this policy really should be reviewed very soon. We have a policy we cannot even implement. What's that telling to the public? How incompetent should we to become in the eye of the public before we really can say, okay, this is our policy, we're going to implement 100%.
Trustee Pei, I'm going to ask you to wrap up. If there's anything else you'd like to speak on the amendment.
Okay. I just want to ask my fellow trustee one simple question. If we approve a policy, what kind of expectation should we have for the staff?
Okay.
If they're not meeting the expectation, what should we do?
Point of personal privilege, Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Trustee Laskin.
Thank you very much. As trustees, we must understand what policy is and what procedures are. It is absolutely our role to do policy, and it is absolutely staff's role to interpret that policy through procedure. In this instance, demonstration of interest was interpreted by staff after consultation. We have heard from all the principals that it would be through the application process. All procedures and policies have been followed here, and to assert that they have not been is not respectful to the work of this board. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So, Trustee Laskin, you're telling
Respectfully, Trustee
me,
Pei, we're speaking to the motion, the amendment. If there's something that you'd like to speak to Trustee Laskin, perhaps outside of the committee room, but if there's anything you'd like to speak to the amendment itself, please speak to that.
Okay, I just want to say one more time. Policy is policy, should be implemented. No excuse. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to Trustee Earhart, please go ahead on the amendment.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a deep breath to show some empathy because it's so, I find this dialogue so upsetting. And my child's coming home just as I have time to speak. Maybe I'll defer to someone else to comment and I can get back on around this motion through the chair.
Sir, she wanted to be back on the motion.
Her child's interrupted.
Okay, we'll come back. Trustee Lee, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair, on the amendment and the topic at hand. First of all, I just want to say that I'm heartened to hear that Trustee Pei is in support of this amendment, because the first time I met Trustee Pei, that was before he was a trustee, he was very upset by the amendment that I had moved, and I'm glad that I was able to convince him that this is, or we are all collectively able to convince Trustee Pei that this is a good amendment and that it, the demonstration of interest and passion is helpful for the process, for the policy overall. So I'm very, very heartened to see that Trustee Pei has become a strong supporter of this part. On that note, I would just like to recall the context, because I heard a couple of things mentioned by our staff team, which I fully respect and appreciate, but I am a little bit concerned about some of the commentary that was made, because this clause that is in question was drafted as an amendment by myself and seconded by Trustee Chernos-Lin during the discussion and the debate for the policy itself. And to write this amendment and to write this clause in the policy, we actually had extensive consultations with staff members who are still working on the same portfolio today. And I believe the director also had her input into this clause. And when the clause was written, it was very clear what the intent was. And this intent, by the way, was also discussed at board in public. So anyone with a question on what the intent was can review the recorded video of that board meeting. And the intent was to make sure that the students demonstrate interest and passion, not only interest, but also passion. And the intent was specifically so that students who are passionate about programs have a better chance of getting in, and students who are not passionate but wants to try it out by convenience have a commitment that they have to make before they just put their name down. The commitment might be in any form, and we left it to staff to interpret what that form is. But the intent was for there to be a commitment to be more than just putting someone's name in a blank space. That was specifically mentioned during the debate for the policy, and it was specifically written this way as the policy so that the students do not, once again, only write their name in a blank. So I don't think the intent of the previous board that passed this motion was for this policy to be interpreted in the current form. And if I look at our legislation in any way that governs us, to me, staff needs to implement the policy as it was intended. The policy says as applicable, not as preferable or as simple to execute or as everyone still agrees to it now. It is as applicable. So I appreciate that staff is taking it back to take a relook at how we can implement the policy. I do think it is the right thing to do, but I just want to remind everyone that the policy was written this way with a lot of care. Every word was specifically crafted to carry meaning and to carry intent, and staff were involved in its craft. I have personally spoken to the majority, if not everyone on the previous board who voted on this amendment. It was absolutely the intent of the previous board for students to not only write a name in a box to apply to a student interest program, because the demonstration of passion carries with it the willingness to commit and to also work very hard to be in these programs. And the director at the previous debate of the policy made it very clear that the program is not intended for students to come here and not commit themselves. So I'll leave it at then. I appreciate once again all the hard work that staff is doing. I'm heartened to see that this part of the policy is being brought up and is being viewed as very valuable to the entire student interest program. And I just want to appreciate everyone on the committee and once again our staff members for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Lee. Trustee Earhart, are you ready to speak?
Yes, thank you very much to the chair and to all members and everyone attending for allowing me that moment with my child. Thank you. So I was not on the previous board, and so with respect to the comments in particular that Trustee Lee has made, I do feel that that we have to tread carefully on indication of interest in the current environment. And I would say that we have no information as a board to know if this is even a legitimate issue at this time. And so my understanding, this is where I have a question through the chair, is our specialized school programs begin at grade 9, correct? Through the chair, if someone could confirm that they start at grade 9.
Thank you. And through the chair, the majority of our programs start, Trustee Earhart, at grade 9, but we do have elementary special interest programs.
Okay. And so the maximum age, if you will, and it could be younger, is that it would be grade 8, so 13 to 14 years old, that interest or passion would be indicated, or potentially younger. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. And so I will say in that context, I mean, no disrespect to our young people who can express passion and exuberance and interest in many areas. However, I will say that after 3 years of pandemic, this area is more discretionary and subject to working against the original intent of these policies than ever. I do believe it was perfectly fine in the early years, unless there is evidence to indicate otherwise, that an application serves as an expression of interest. And this comes from a personal place as well. I am a white woman. I identify as a woman who studied engineering in university. I cannot imagine at the age of 13 that I would have been able, I could not identify, I didn't know the word engineer. I didn't know it. And that's what I went on to study. And I gained that knowledge through those high school years. I fortunately was given exposure because there was targeted outreach at the time to get women into what is now known as STEM. We continue to experience those challenges, as well as the many other equity challenges that we face in our world and in the City of Toronto and in the TDSB. I think it is very important to be gentle with this expression of interest and to practice empathy in this, and to allow time for the data to come in, for the information to come in as to whether or not this is legitimately something that warrants the kind of assessment and scrutiny that I feel is being undertaken today, and that may have been undertaken through the broader review previously. And so I will have a hard time supporting this amendment, though I am not supportive of how it was originally worded either. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. Trustee Nunziata, please go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, to the amendment, I think it would be prudent for the director and staff to consider adding some more depth to 6.3.5 as it's carried out in the process, however that is done. I think it would mean a lot to stakeholders to be able to share if they have some outstanding things that their 13-year-old child has done and they want to share that and potentially have it be considered. I think that should be an option. And I do understand though that we need to eliminate human bias in how this is run, and how we recognize talent should be extremely subjective, especially for 13, 14-year-old. I think it would be worthwhile, just as a comment and not a question, for staff to consider doing a centrally run evaluation of interest and passion and including this group somewhere into the randomized lottery process. And I get how subjective that is, and how we need to rework the whole process of how that's done. I just think it's something that should be considered. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to add to all trustees listening that when we are speaking, I ask that folks provide comments or questions in a respectful manner, to not, we're all here for the same thing, and that's to provide the best solutions for students. So we ask that we do provide feedback in a supportive and constructive manner. Next, we have Trustee Shan. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was not a trustee when this decision was made, but I'm glad the decision was made to randomize the admission process. As someone who is from secondary school education background, as a teacher, as somebody who's worked in schools for a number of years, this is one of the most profound policy changes that was made. There's definitely a lot of room for improvement, but this was completely necessary because we knew who had access to those programs, we knew who got representations, and what kind of culture was being built in these places. So I think it's important. I mean, I would have even been happy if I was a trustee in the past board to say indication of interest instead of demonstration of interest, because it is about providing that space for people who are interested in learning something, because that's when people decided to form their identity. Grade 6, 7, 8 is when they're starting to experiment with their identity and trying to get into a program where they can learn, and they might not end up being in that particular field, but at least that interest is there. Now, any form of evaluation on demonstration of interest as part of an admission will go back to what it was previously. So if demonstration of interest was actually an optional thing, or it's something that was attached but not necessarily considered for the randomization, then it makes sense. And if the board is to provide additional support to those who would like to demonstrate their interest, and we have staff members dedicated to increasing that access, that's perfectly all right as a form of collection of data to see why people are choosing to be entering this particular part of schooling. But to be using any form of, even if it's a small form of demonstration of interest as a form of filter, will definitely go back to a counterproductive format than what we have anticipated. I'm definitely in support of increasing spaces, localizing it, geographically distributing it, making our high schools more versatile in terms of how they support our learners. But this particular course that we have taken, this particular journey that we have signed on to, we have to follow this journey to see the impact. We saw the impact in terms of who got into those places, who got the admissions and the diversity of faces that are going to be going into these schools next year. We will have to wait to see for a few years to see what kind of impact it has. But I'm definitely supportive of following this journey and making sure that we continue to support the students. The kind of characterizations I've heard of being called not talented, not serious, not passionate, unprepared, we are throwing a lot of labels to these young people who are going to these schools. And let's be careful as to how we define, and how as trustees, as advocates who come to speak on this issue, be very mindful of what kind of categorization we are putting, the labels that we are putting on these young people and their families. Let's give them a chance. Let's give them the chance to learn from a space that has often left them out. So let's follow suit with this. Let's make improvements as we go through it, but let's first wait to see how this is panning out. Everybody has the right intention. Let's give it a time. Let's work together to see this. I'm definitely not in supportive of early review of this. We'll see how it goes in the school year. All trustees should be welcome to go and visit these schools or figure out ways. And as some of the deputants said, we will have to make some adjustments to how these programs are offered. But that's not adjustment to standards. It's more adjustment to culture, adjustment to inclusiveness. that will make these students thrive. It doesn't have to be adjustment to standards, because I know I have full faith in all of our students that they will succeed when the right kind of environment and culture is provided. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Shan. And Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to read the policy to the staff. Each type of TDSP centralized program schools will have a standard interest-based admissions process established by the board, which include a demonstration of active interest or passion where applicable. Students demonstrating interest or passion will be eligible for the random selection process when demand exceed available spaces. Okay. If the staff did not agree with the previous board regarding the policy, why they disagree right now? Why they see there is an operational issue? Why they never report to the board and just implement it by ignoring the whole board?
Chair, point of order, Chair. This is on the amendment. We're speaking on the amendment right now.
Trustee Pei, coming to the amendment that's being proposed right now, do you have any comments to this? So we're replacing C with this amendment. Do you have any comments pertaining to this amendment?
Sorry, my eye is getting bad.
It's okay.
I got, maybe I can look at my computer or something, or I can enlarge it? Sorry.
Sure. The director assessed the current implementation of section 6.3.5 while upholding the objectives and guiding principles of policy P100.
Well, I think I'm speaking to this amendment here. I'm speaking the policy, regarding the amendment of the policy. What's wrong with that? I mean, through your chair, I want to ask Trustee Lin, you move this motion with Trustee Lee. Am I correct or am I wrong?
So we're speaking to the current motion.
Okay, I know, understand. You know, it's like, so, but, Madam Chair, okay, Trustee Lin said my question is not related to the amendment.
Okay, go ahead.
It is related.
I'm happy to answer your question. This amendment refers this back to staff. It essentially does what was asked for in what was presented today. It just asks that it's done it upholding the objectives of and the principles of the policy. There's nothing untoward in this. And I'm not sure what the objection is, because I think this is supportive of staff going back and taking a second sober look at how we might do this based on the feedback that they've heard from trustees. We've heard from staff about the challenges this presents, and it does present very serious challenges because we are, as we've talked about today, wanting to make sure we're not putting barriers in place of students. The whole point of the policy change that was made was to ensure that we were ensuring access to students who have been historically denied access to our programs. So the whole idea of this is for staff who have said they will take a look at this, but it also just reminds everybody that they need to do so in a way that doesn't further create barriers. That's it. There's nothing more to this. So with that, I'd ask that we call the question.
So if the staff think they cannot implement the
Give us
policy.
one moment. Trustee Pei, she called the question.
Question? Okay.
Has everyone that's wanting to speak on the motion, except for Trustee Pei? So anyone else on the committee that wishes to speak? Oh, anyone that wishes to speak on this motion, if they need to say anything, they can, or else we need to open the vote. If you want us to speak to the bylaw, we can. Just the amendment. We're just pulling up the bylaw just to give clarification. Okay, so if there's,
Madam Chair, I have a question to ask the staff.
No.
so everyone on the, is it part of the committee?
Question's been called.
Or, Ms. Joseph Davis, can you speak to it? Okay. 1 second.
A member who has not spoken to a motion may move to that the debate on the motion be closed and the pending motion be put to a vote, but only after all members of the committee who are entitled to speak to it have had an opportunity to speak once.
So just to clarify, the motion that trustee Chernow-Slyn made asked for the vote to be made after all members of the committee have spoken. So since she's, at least one, so since she's made that motion, we now need to vote on it.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And that's bylaw 5.13.17 if you want to refer to it. So we're going to open the vote on the amendment that's on the floor right now.
Not in favor, Madam Chair.
Trustee Perry.
Chan in favor.
Trustee Earhart and trustee Sriskandarajah. Trustee
I'm
Sriskandarajah.
not, Earhart not in favor.
Okay, and trustee Sriskandarajah? Okay, I think we can mark her absent. Yeah. Yeah. And that motion has carried. We're back to the original motion.
What motion?
The original,
That was the amendment.
Okay, it was just.
you made to the part C, but you had the floor when we were on the original motion now. So if you,
I voted on
yes.
it. For a minute, I thought something else happened.
No, you had the floor when we were speaking on the original motion, so you
We're
have
back on the original motion?
back on the original motion. Do we have her time as amended? Do we have trustee Chernow-Slyn's previous time?
I don't think I had spoken very long, but.
I think it was 4:50.
Yeah, 321.
Okay.
Motion back up before I start.
And just for clarification, so we have trustee Chernow-Slyn, trustee Arts, trustee King, and then second round, trustee Laskin, trustee Alexis, and trustee Pei. The main motion as amended. We're gonna pull it back up if you wanted to start.
So I'm happy to start. There's a couple things I want to say. First, I want to speak to the piece in this motion that asked to have the policy review process moved up. We have a policy review process in place, and in this case, that 4 years that happens, that schedule, I don't see any reason to change that at this point. This is a brand-new policy. We haven't even had a year of students go through it. There have been a lot of insinuations over the last couple of weeks made about abilities of students that we have absolutely no data on. The idea that we would start to review a policy based on assumptions being made without data to inform that is, to me, irresponsible. It's problematic in many ways, but I also think it's a financial waste of money and staff time and our time as trustees. We are a board that does not have endless amounts of money. And the idea that we would ask staff to do that work without having any foundational reason to do that, to me, is very problematic. I do not believe we should be starting a review of this before we actually have implemented this policy. This policy was made on very solid ground. There was a lot of thought that went into it, a lot of consultation, and a lot of work from the time of the equity task force to the time we reviewed optional attendance, the specialized programs, all of those pieces. So I feel very strongly that we would not, and I will not be voting in favor of Part B, which is to begin that process. The second thing I want to say is I have a real problem with that final whereas clause before the motion. I believe that we made this policy based on very sound reasons. I was part of this former board that made that. It was based on listening to many individuals, and I know there are families that don't necessarily agree with it, but I believe it was made in good faith. I think it was made on credible evidence and reliable evidence. And I actually question even that phrase that we make our decisions reflecting the views of the public to which we are ultimately accountable. We are accountable, yes, to the public, but we are also accountable to students. We're accountable financially to the Ministry of Education. And we take our best advice from families, but we also take our best advice from staff. They are the experts in education. And yes, families know a lot about their students, but we don't always hear from every single family. And we often don't hear from the families who are the ones we really need to hear from. And in this case, I think we have sometimes heard the loudest from families who feel they have something to lose, and we haven't always heard from those who we have not served well. And that's what the difficult work of equity is to do. And we have a moral obligation as stewards of public education to be responsible to all of the students we serve. And so with that, I just personally would ask the movers if they would consider striking that whereas clause, because I have a very strong discomfort with that, and I don't see how I could support it in this.
So Trustee Pei, hearing what Trustee Charnelson is asking, are you able to make that change?
Sorry, Madam Chair, never and ever.
Okay. So if Trustee Charnelson would like to make that amendment?
Sure, I would amend.
Point of order.
Sure, go
Madam
ahead.
Chair. Are we, where do whereas clauses go? Do we amend whereas clauses? I haven't, I just wanted to clarify that as well as part of the process. I'm supportive of what Chair is doing, but I just want to know if we get into editing whereas clauses motions.
Sorry, you're cutting out. Can you repeat what you said?
Just wanted to know clarification from our governance, or through you, Madam Chair, from you, if we are allowed to amend whereas clauses.
Yes. Yes, that is part of the motion, so we're able to make amendments to the whereas clauses.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and Trustee Charnelson, what is your amendment?
It's to remove that final whereas clause.
Okay, and we need a seconder for the amendment to remove the final whereas clause.
I'll second Trustee Earhart.
Okay, Trustee Earhart, and the amendment is on the floor to remove the final whereas clause. Are there speakers or any comments to the amendment? Seeing or hearing none, we'll open the vote to remove the final whereas clause, and we're going to do this by hand or verbally. So show of hands, those in support of removing the whereas clause. Online? Trustee
Aye.
Okay, trustee Shan and trustee Earhart, how do you vote?
I vote in favor of removing.
Okay, trustee Nunziata.
In favor of removing.
Okay, trustee Sriskandarajah. I think she's not, maybe we can remove her. And trustee Pei?
Not in favor.
Is that everyone? Okay. That motion has carried. So we're back to the, pardon me? Oh, I vote in favor as well.
I vote not in favor. Trustee Hassan.
Oh, my apologies. Trustee Hassan, not in favor. Is that everyone?
Those are the members, yes.
We have everyone, right? Okay. My apologies, trustee Hassan.
Yes. To take out the whereas clause.
So,
They already voted.
yeah. Okay, so now we're back to the original motion without the final whereas clause.
And I think we still have the floor. Can I just request that, I feel like it's been requested, but I just want to double check that we'll be voting ad seriatim?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that all?
For now.
Okay. So now, on the speakers list, we have trustee Arts, trustee King, and then on the second round, we have trustee Laskin, trustee Dawson, and trustee Pei. So trustee Arts, please go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add that I'm not on the committee, but I don't support any of this motion. I was willing to entertain the kind of nice, welcoming approaches of the committee to amend, make this more approachable, but hearing the conversations, which I find quite offensive to our students mostly, and I don't support this at all. I'm just going to say for the record that in terms of what did you expect and what did we expect and what is the history, I've been involved in this review since 2017. So I was on PIAC leading consultations for our Parent Involvement Advisory Committee when the Equity Task Force and the French review came under, where those large consultations and large reviews were contracted. You know, they went out to the system. They were extensive. Those identified the original issues with our programs, access to programs across our system. We did a lot of work as parent group. We went out to communities and we got the same feedback that was ultimately shown in the review, that these programs were not equitable in their access. I started with reviews in my own ward after I became a trustee in 2018 with the initial reviews of the optional attendance policy and the secondary review. I also attended on multiple occasions through 2018 through 2020 and 2021 the consultations with our numerous CACs and advisory committees. So I was in attendance at PIAC and at SEAC for those consultations at different points. And what is in our policy now is supported by our advisory committees. In fact, specific recommendations from those advisory committees made it into the final policy, which I'm glad to see. I will say that SEAC still has concerns, wants to see more proactive access for students with disabilities and students with IEPs, because they have historically been excluded from these programs. And so more direct access to students who aren't traditionally in these programs. I will say, as a trustee, having read every report, having attended both the consultations and the staff updates and working closely with this policy, that this policy is what I voted for. It's what I expected. The language around demonstrating interest does not mandate a particular format, does not mandate a certain requirement, because that's not something I favored as we worked through. As Trustee Lee said, he worked very hard to put that in place, but it doesn't mandate a specific format for a reason. Mandating that is not a best practice. It has to be up to the individual programs. It has to be up to staff. The conversations since we undertook this policy across different programs and their feedback on implementation was very thoughtful and showed that a lottery, even for IB, which is an external program, so International Baccalaureate is an external program, can set their own specifications, opted to go simply with an application and if needed, a lottery. The goals are equity of access, and as staff see fit and best, to meet best practices and give the best equity of access, this is what I voted for. As staff have pointed out, we've always had programs that have always run a lottery for admittance, and they're amazing programs. In fact, they're highly sought after programs, and having a lottery has never diminished those programs, and they're still sought after and completely viable. And I'm going to put a parent perspective. I have students who would have qualified. I have children who would have qualified for these programs and chose not to, even despite our best efforts to say, hey, these are available to you. Kids apply to these programs when they want to, when they really want the programs, and when they feel they have a chance at gaining access to them.
Trustee Yard.
And then time's up.
Yes.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on, Trustee King, please go ahead.
Thank you, through the chair. I am not a voting member on this committee either, and I was not a member of the board when this policy was developed and approved. A lot has been said already tonight. Some of my questions have already been answered, but I did just want to go on record and sharing some of my views here. So I am absolutely in favor of the goal and intent of this policy as it was developed in increasing the equity of access that this provides. Have a lot of respect for the work that has been done by staff to bring us to this point of implementing and seeing our first year of implementation here. I have always believed that there's an opportunity for improvement. And I don't think there's anyone in here that would argue with that, and very supportive of seeing that refinement happen through our scheduled review process when we have the information available to us to work with, as many of my colleagues have already stated. I've been listening really carefully to the delegations and reading some of the feedback that different community members have been sharing, just to expand some of my perspective and understanding. And a few things that have stood out to me that we've already heard staff will go back to work on. I just want to kind of highlight the impact on homeschool students, the socioeconomic considerations, the demonstration of interest and passion, and one that hasn't come up around this table tonight that I heard from community is also a consideration for the ability to have 2S LGBTQ+ students identify as part of their application process. And this comes from an understanding of often the welcoming environment and the safe environment and the very kind of fitting environment that students from queer communities find in arts-based specialized schools. So I don't think that's something that we've talked very specifically about, but I do think it's something as we continue to refine and discuss, that should also be part of the conversation. And then the last piece really just comes back to that community consultation, and then the director and staff spoke to this when we heard the report earlier this month. And I know there will be a process of going back to community. What I want to highlight here is just we've heard how different communities are really impacted differently. And I think it's so important that we're going back and having those conversations with specific communities. And the one that comes to mind for me is Regent Park. They're not part of my ward, but they have shared feedback with me. And they've got a really, I think, unique situation that I'm sure was considered. I don't know, again, I wasn't there at the time. But they've shared how the community was such a part of developing the school that is now Rosedale School of the Arts. They talked about the geographic proximity of Rosedale compared to other high schools that are quite a distance away. So the difference between being able to walk to school or have to pay transit and have that extended time. They also talked about how they worked very closely with that school on the criteria for admission and really had it match the accessibility of the students of that school. And they talked about how the school was also able to be very supportive in supporting the applications of students. And they feel that some of that humanity has been lost through the centralized process. Just where you have underserved communities and have relationships where staff know them well, have been very supportive, and they found that to be a benefit in the past and find that that's something that's missing in this point. So I just bring that up because they're one community. We also heard from the Jane and Finch community and how they're impacted differently. And I just want to make sure that as we're moving forward, we're creating space to have conversations with very specific communities that we spoke to before and would want to revisit with these considerations. So thank you.
Thank you, Trustee King. And now we're to Trustee Earhart. Please go ahead. Trustee Earhart, you're on mute.
Thanks very much, Chair. Permit me. I hope at some point we can get the whole thing back up on the screen again. I don't think this is a motion I can support as it currently stands, and as I understand the original intent as put forward this evening by the trustees that introduced the motion. And so I too was elected democratically and in an election was asked frequently around my views on this policy. And I have committed and will continue to commit to allowing the policy to be seen through for sufficient data to be presented. There may be some areas within that, like wait lists, or where there are some specific localized concerns. I heard Regent Park mentioned, and this is one I have also heard frequently, that I can see, but the broad intention of this policy I don't feel needs to be looked at. And we still have this Part B in there that will begin the process of revising the policy in September 2023 to be completed by March 2024. And that's there are other aspects of this that I continue to find problematic. I find that deeply problematic. I want to make sure that that in engaging in these discussions, that if there are students watching, I am reading the newspapers and hearing and also receiving messages from students who didn't get in, students who have worked hard for years on the assumption of a merit-based system and didn't get in. And I want to make sure that it's not lost that we see that and hear that, and I'm sorry. I am also hearing that there are students who never had access either. And I think it's very, very important that our education system acknowledges all of these experiences and acknowledges that that loss is an experience, that failure is an experience, that resilience is something that we want to build in students. Hope is something we want to build in students. And I think it's just extremely important that we remember that that lotteries can have fairness in them, and that meritocracy does not necessarily have fairness in it either. I have here something that I've held with me for the entirety of this debate, which is something that was published in 2015. I'm just going to keep going on, Henny. I hope that's okay. From a review of Robert Putnam's book, Our Kids, The American Dream in Crisis, which came out in 2015. And this was written on a review of this book. One downside to a society with a meritocratic gloss is that it encourages the winners to think that life is fairer than it is, to overlook the merit in those left behind. That's something to talk about at the next family dinner. I'm a person that has had enormous privilege in my life, and I see very clearly that makes me no less deserving of place and of opportunity. And I feel very, very strongly that as a board, we must continue to offer all students opportunity, and that is all students. And I'm very committed to expanding the opportunities for all students. And with that, I don't feel there is a version of this motion that I can support. And I certainly cannot support it with the Part B still within it. We need to see this policy through. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Earhart. We're now on second round of speakers. Trustee Laskin, please go ahead.
Madam Chair, I think I've said all I need to say. Thank you.
Trustee Dawson, you're next.
Thank you through the chair. I'm feeling a little bit like Trustee Laskin, and I know it's been a long night for everyone. But, I know that there are many families listening and students if it's not past their bedtime. And I did just want to communicate, in particular to the families who were represented by the delegates tonight, because the majority of our delegates tonight spoke in favor of the policy that is currently in place. I just want to say that you're worthy. You got in because you are worthy. You are equally worthy to every single student in this board. And this is public education. We all pay for it. If we allow a fear of flight of the privileged to guide our decision making, we are not useful any longer in our role as stewards of public education. So I don't, and I mean, this is what I was getting at with my questioning initially. I don't believe that this is a motion. Part B is a motion, but I'm not behind it. So I'm not a member of this committee. I don't have a vote, but certainly Part B would be out for me for all of the reasons that, many other people have mentioned. But I think the rest is something that we can work with staff on accomplishing. I think we've heard that from them tonight. I don't know that we need to micromanage it all through a motion. I think that we can wait to hear during the appropriate time frame on these items, and that we can leave that at the discretion of our professional staff. So I would not in any part support this motion when it does come to board. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Dawson. Trustee Pei, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I heard a presentation from the staff last time. Also, I heard from the trustees say that, okay, consultation been done properly. Okay, I want to ask a few questions about consultation. First of all, ask the staff, through Madam Chair, how many TDSP students? What's the number of enrollment? When this policy was approved, when the consultation been done?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, to Trustee Pei. I will ask the team to be responding. In regards to the consultation, what I can say is in our review, it was a much stronger response rate on a policy than is typical. So I'll turn it over to Principal Fuentes.
To clarify, did you ask about the number of students that were in the consultation process? I just didn't hear you. I
I'm
think it's the
asking
echo in the
total
room.
number TDSB student. Total number.
The total number of students in the board?
That's right, at the time of the consultation.
Sorry, to be part of the consultation?
I'm asking the total enrollment number of TDSB student at the time of the
At
consultation.
the time of the consultation.
So through the chair, it's approximately just under 250,000 students from kindergarten to grade 12. Up to 240, I'm being corrected, thank you.
Okay, so it's almost 250,000, right? Almost 250,000. Okay, how many parents?
Through the chair, we don't have that information. Parents' data is not, parents, guardians, caregivers' data is not easily available by student.
We just estimate another 250,000?
We would not be able to accurately quantify that.
I'm not asking accurate number, I'm just assume.
Through the chair, Trustee Pei, I believe what they're trying to say is families could have single parents, double parents, guardians.
That's fine, that's fine.
Maybe-
I say just approximate, like, let's take a number.
I think they've said that they don't have that information. We can have kids from precarious housing situations, so it's hard to pinpoint.
That's
how many
okay. I mean, I just make a sum because I want to know the total number of the community, okay? I want to do estimate. How many teacher, by the way?
And just
Staff
through the chair,
and the
please.
teacher.
Just through the
Through
chair.
the chair, I'm sorry. Through Madam Chair, how many teachers at TDSB at that time?
Through the chair, 15,000 total, 10,000 at elementary and 5,000 at secondary.
So,
Approximately.
okay, so we're talking about critical mass. Almost 500,000 people. And then we did a webinar for 700 people. Then we did a online survey, only 3688 people responded. What's the number of that? 700 divided by 500,000. That's number is 1.4 per thousand. So we're talking about 0.14% who really attend those seminars. Okay, what about it? Do the math. 3688 divided by, let's say 3,700, divided by 500,000. What's the number is that? 7 out of 1,000, 0.07%. Okay, open feedback collected, 40 emails. This is a beautiful number. 40 of 500,000. What is that? 0.008%. That's the kind of consultation we're doing. That's kind of data we're collecting. In the consultation form, I look at this report here. There's no single word about the lottery.
Oh, please, not appropriate.
Trustee Pei, you may ask your questions.
Okay.
We ask that it's done in a
Okay, that's fine. Okay. All right.
You can ask your questions.
I know.
There is no block for that.
I know.
We just ask that it's done in a
So
respectful.
I'm asking a question. What kind of professional standard we're upholding as this board? When we talking about we're data-driven,
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, point of privilege.
One at a time. Trustee Laskin?
I think I was first.
Okay.
Questioning professional standards at this board is simply not appropriate as per our code of conduct.
Trustee Chernoslin?
I feel he's impugning the credibility, which again, not according to our code of conduct.
I want to be clear Trustee Pei, you are a member of this board. I don't want to
Okay.
make it seem like we're tone policing you or trying to tell you how to speak. All we're saying, and this applies to every single trustee in this boardroom, we must be respectful. We're not going to get anywhere by, being disrespectful. You have the floor. But we just ask that you ask your questions in a respectful way, and, staff are here to answer your questions.
Okay, all right, thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of order, point of order.
Trustee Hassan, go ahead.
Madam Chair, I asked that the same thing be delivered to Trustee Pei as well. People keep cutting him off.
Absolutely. So I'm asking all trustees, please do not interrupt staff. Please do not interrupt one another. I know it's been a long discussion. We're almost at the end of the speakers list, but unless they have a point of order or a point of personal privilege, which is allowed, they're allowed to interrupt one another. Do not speak out of turn otherwise. Trustee Pei, go ahead.
Okay, I asked the staff before. There's no proper research regarding the lottery effect on the academic excellence. I asked the staff, the consultation number, the consultation the based on. I don't want to say a sham, but you have defined, okay? So,
Did you hear that?
Sorry, Trustee Pei, I didn't hear. What did you say? Can you repeat that?
Point of order.
Trustee
Madam Chair,
Hassan?
Trustee Pei is consistently being cut off.
No, I didn't hear what he said, so I'm just asking him to clarify what he said.
My point of order, Madam Chair, which is allowed in our bylaws, was that I heard Trustee Pace say the consultation was a sham. And I do not think that's appropriate conduct, and that's why I rise on a point of order, which is allowed in the bylaws, Trustee Hassan.
Trustee Pei, can you continue
Okay.
past that point and continue? And we're going to refer to the bylaws, okay, just so folks understand. 5.13.5, no member will interrupt another member who has the floor, except for the chair presiding over a meeting, or a member for the purpose of stating a point of order or a question of personal privilege. So that is why, I'm not sure if maybe the mics are not picking it up, but there are trustees that are making point of orders and questions of personal privilege. Other than that, no one is going to be interrupting. Trustee Pei, if you can move past your point and speak for the remainder of your time.
Okay, I think this policy have no research, have no proper consultation. We just rush to make the decision. So that's why I want to ask for a policy review in a timely fashion. I found it's very undemocratic. When people say, oh, you cannot do this review because we have the time frame. I think this is setting up a very dangerous precedent. If we did something wrong, we should have mechanism to correct that. Also, more importantly, I want to remind everybody, for the motion part C, I asked staff answer me why they could not implement the policy. They gave me the excuse, I cannot accept. I don't think the public will
I'm
accept.
sorry, Madam Chair. This is really out of hand. A point of personal privilege, the staff bashing has got to stop.
Trustee Pei, if you can.
I'm talking, Trustee Lucky, I'm talking about implementation of the
Please don't speak
process.
to one another. Speak through the chair.
Okay, through your chair, I want Trustee Lucky to know that I'm talking about the implementation process, okay? Also,
You can speak to
Okay.
policies, consultations, but we just
Yes.
ask that not to
all
be
right,
critical of
okay,
staff
I
or
will
trustees.
continue, Chair. Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Also, we batch the waiting list, said we could not implement the waiting, we had to cancel that. Cause outreach of the community. I even have a, parents call me that they're ready to sue TDSB for that. I had to call them down. I say, I'm gonna bring motion to the board, try to overturn that implementation process, okay? All right, my last point is we rush the policy. We rush the decision. So fellow trustees, should hear this motion because we have 11 new trustee on this board. So make the right decision for the Toronto parents and the student. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Trustee Pei. Trustee Charnelson.
Thank you. I just wonder if, can we scroll up on the whereas clauses? I know I'm being picky on the whereas clauses. The one on the wait list. Where is that? Okay, whereas the wait list, that clause, I would just ask staff, is that accurate? Is that an accurate representation of what happened?
Thank you, and through the chair, to Trustee Chernos-Lynn, the whereas clause states, whereas waitlist to the student interest programs were closed with unfilled spaces. That sentence is inaccurate. All spaces were afforded to applicants through the lottery process. The clause goes on to say, causing additional negative feedback. That certainly some negative feedback would be more accurate. Later in the paragraph, which begins, which restrictions on access contravene the goal of expanding access to special interest programs to a greater greater diversity and greater geography of students. Trustee Chernos-Lynn, I would say that has an interpretive element to it. So I hope that helps.
Okay, so based on that, and based on the fact that when we scroll down later in the motion, staff has agreed to, well, we've had discussion tonight that the director present a report on the feasibility of extending wait lists. I would just ask that we remove the whereas clause related to wait lists, seeing as it's not accurate in its entirety. Parts of it are inaccurate, I guess I would say. And I also feel it has a bit of a denigrating tone, which makes me uncomfortable. And so I would ask for a seconder on that.
I'll second that, Trustee Earhart.
Trustee Earhart seconds. So any speakers to the amendment? Okay, seeing none, we'll open the. Okay. Yeah. Did I open the voter? Trustee Perry wants to speak. Trustee Perry.
Trustee Chan in favor.
Oh, my apologies. We opened the vote already. So the motion is to remove the whereas clause stating the wait list to the student interest programs were closed with unfilled spaces. So all those in favor, this is going to be a show of hands. Trustee Shan in favor.
Chernos-Lynn in favor.
Roger Singham in favor.
Trustee not in favor.
Trustee Pei not in favor. Trustee Hassan.
Hassan, not in favor.
Trustee Nunziata.
Nunziata in favor.
Trustee Sriskandarajah. Okay, we'll mark her as absent. I believe that's everyone.
Trustee Earhart in favor.
Oh, my apologies. Trustee Earhart in favor. Okay, how's that carried? That has carried. We're back to the original amendment. Trustee Chernos-Lynn? Sorry, we're back to the amended motion.
The amended motion. And I would, am I the last on the list, or are there more on the list?
No, you're the last one.
Okay, thanks. If not, I was going to call the question.
Okay.
But seeing as there's no need.
Oh, Trustee Pei as a mover.
Oh, no, I don't want to be more. I want to put me back to the list. Thank you.
So we're at the end of the speakers list, so you can go ahead. Trustee Pei? Yeah. Can we reset his time?
Thank you very much, Chair.
1 second, 1 second. Can we reset his time? Yes, thank you. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. my fellow trustees, I just want to say this to you. A children's educational future is too important to be determined by lack of a job. We're public trustees. We're in debt to make sure they succeed in their future careers. I don't want to be sending the wrong message here. Life is gamble. During our conversation at this meeting, I just realized one thing. This policy is just so hard to implement. Even Chair Charles Lin and Trustee Lee moved the motion to demonstrate active interest and passion. That could not implement it. We have a waiting list. We could not figure out how to deal with that. And then we batched so badly with alternate school lottery selections, which didn't include those racialized students in the second round. We're not even facing outcry from community. We're also facing the possibility of litigation. And then we see the report from last PPC meeting on May 17th. Parents accuse us. The report, which attacking meritocracy, with 50% plagiarizing and 20% miscitation. I don't know what to call this, to be honest. I don't want another trust raise up it again, saying I'm violating another code of conduct because I'm telling the truth. Also, in my previous indulgement about this report regarding consultation, clear showing that less than 0.1% of consultation being done to the people. Do Toronto family really deserve that? Do those 99.9% of people really deserve the decision or the consultation based on 0.1%? Do you really call that democracy? Is this country I come 29 years ago? I embrace so heartily. I think Canada is the most democratic, free country. I don't feel we have democracy at our board. We never had those parents and student voice heard. Why are we representing them? Why are we sitting here? Why we call ourselves public trustees? Who are we representing, by the way? You read the Toronto Star articles. Student Dream Dash. We've driven those talented, hard-working students out of our board. They go to private schools. They go to other board, Catholic board. We're losing avenue. We're losing talent. We dash student dreams. I'm just so saddened, sitting here, hear all the conversation. I'm far beyond disappointment. What are we, by the way? Are we a dream crusher or dream maker? I leave that to you, trustees. I understand I may not get a vote for my motion. That's okay. I feel proud. I represent the parents and student voices because that's ultimately my responsibility as a public trustee. Thank you very much.
Okay, we're going to open the vote on this item, and we're voting each part individually. Part A has been amended, so that whole paragraph comes under the following be referred. Oh, it's gone. Yeah, we're going to make it separate. Give us one moment. We'll make it things easier. The mover and seconder, I guess, is Trustee Pei and Trustee Nunziata. You want to do e-scribe or? E-scribe? Okay, so this is.
Sorry, point of order, please. It says October the 1st, 2023.
So Trustee Dawson, it's the first sentence is mentioning that whole paragraph, including October 1st, be referred.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
Okay, so we're going to vote on e-scribe on Part A.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Okay.
Shan in favor.
Trustee P in favor.
Trustee Erhard against.
Okay, that has carried. Now we're going on to Part B.
Trustee P in favor.
Give us one moment. We're just going to pull it up on eScribe or on the screen. Okay, Part B. We're now voting on Part B.
Trustee P in favor.
Sriskandarajah not in favor.
Sure.
Shan against.
So Part B is that in view of the information to be provided by staff in September 2023, the board begin the process of revising policy P100 in September 2023 to be completed by March 2024. Are we missing any votes? Okay, and that has failed. Now we're moving on to Part C.
Trustee P in favor.
So Part C, that the director assess the current implementation of Section 6.3.5 while upholding the objectives and guiding principles of policy P100.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Shan in favor.
Trustee Erhard opposed.
Okay, and that carries. And finally, we are at Part D.
Trustee P in favor.
Sorry, can we have that on the screen? Okay, thank you.
That the director present a report on the feasibility of extending waitlists.
Sorry.
Sriskandarajah in favor.
Sorry, is this amendment or is
This was amended, yes.
sorry, not in favor?
Shan in favor.
Trustee Sriskandarajah, how do you vote?
In favor.
Okay, thank you. Trustee Erhard?
Oh, Trustee Erhard in favor.
And that has carried. Okay, so now we are at the final item on the agenda, adjournment. May I get a mover and seconder?
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yes?
I want to submit my minority report.
Okay, so we are,
Those motions that's not been
okay, so,
minority report, the full board.
okay, it is being recorded that Trustee Pei is filing a minority report for the portions that have failed.
I think item B and D.
So item B and D. Okay, and now we're at adjournment. Trustee Chernos-Lin, seconded by,
Trustee Erhard seconded with thanks to the chair this evening.
all right, all those in favor? Fantastic.
Aye.
Thank you, trustees, and thank you, staff. Have a great night.
Thank you, everyone.
Rachel, and seconded by Sarah.